Chapter 57. At this moment, a terrifying killing intent emanated from the golden cocoon. Crack! With a soft sound, the golden cocoon shattered, and a black sword radiance soared into the sky with a chilling, killing intent. The bone-chilling, killing intent shattered the cocoon. At the same time, an inch-long black sword appeared on the spot, emitting a clanging sound as its killing intent soared into the sky. What a terrifying killing intent! The nine-orifice stone man is indeed a divine fetus. It gave birth to such a divine sword that has intertwined Tao and truth. Now look, that sword is made of black dragon pattern gold. That's right, it's black dragon pattern gold. The old men revealed looks of disbelief. The inch-long sword was densely covered with countless dragon patterns. It looked simple and natural. Buzz. Zhou Tong naturally knew that the sword was sentient and might run away. He took out the divine fire cauldron and sucked the sword into it. With the eternal universe great emperor's treasure in hand, even a sacred sword wouldn't be able to cause any trouble, let alone a sword that had only intertwined Tao and truth. The flames in the divine fire cauldron churned, and the resentment in the black dragon pattern gold sword seemed to be purified. It quickly disappeared, and the black radiance also quickly converged, turning back into a 1-foot-long sword. Why did you put away? The other old men looked at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong said, since it's already opened, it's mine. Isn't it normal to put it away? The Taoist nun also wanted to take a look at the sword. Just as she was about to speak, she immediately shut her mouth after hearing Zhou Tong's words. If she continued to persuade him, she would break the rules of the workshop that had been established for countless years. Next, there's another stone. Zhou Tong ignored the old men and continued to open the stone. Zhou Tong wasn't as violent with this stone. Instead, he took out a knife and gently opened it, afraid that he would damage the treasure inside. As Zhou Tong continued to open the stone, the old men stopped talking and carefully watched Zhou Tong's actions. Crack! Suddenly, Zhou Tong's blade fell, and suddenly, a dazzling light turned into a light shadow that soared into the sky. What is it? It looks like a human figure. That's right, a person flew out. Stone flying, immortal. The old men were excited once again. They looked at the stone in Zhou Tong's hand with burning eyes. The old Taoist nun guarding the garden reacted extremely quickly. With a swipe of her hand, a screen of light appeared and enveloped the heaven-class stone garden, sealing the space and preventing any divine items from escaping. This was a restriction set up by the Tao, a sacred ground in the past to prevent things from escaping. At the same time, the old Taoist nun said, "Don't worry about cutting the stone. I've already sealed the stone garden. Even if there's something inconceivable, it won't be lost." Zhou Tong understood that this stone was the stone from the original work, the stone with the human-shaped divine medicine. Crack! The sound of rocks breaking rang out, followed by a burst of frost, and the air suddenly became cold. It's the ice-snow source. Someone immediately recognized it. No, although the ice-snow source is very valuable, it definitely can't form this kind of flying immortal phenomenon, someone refuted. There must be something else in the ice-snow source. Soon, the stone completely peeled off. Accompanied by a dazzling light, a palm-sized ice-snow source appeared in Zhou Tong's hand. Of course, the thing sealed in the ice-snow source was also revealed. Spirit medicine. This is a spirit medicine. The stone flying immortal must be made by this spirit medicine. The old men immediately gathered around and kept looking at the ice-snow source. They saw a light blue root that looked like a human foot sealed in the ice-snow source. It was crystal clear like a sapphire. There were no leaves on the root. It was just the root of the spirit medicine. It's a pity that it's just a root. Although it looks like a human, it doesn't have much value. Everyone shook their heads. It was obvious that the old men here didn't recognize this divine medicine. It seems like not every passerby is so knowledgeable. This batch of passers-by isn't good enough. Zhou Tong was also a little happy. He didn't say much. Before the passers-by could react, he directly put the divine medicine into his 10 heavenly rings. Crack! Once it entered the 10 paradises divine ring, The outer layer of the ice snow essence immediately peeled off. Immediately after, the pale blue roots that looked like human feet quickly took root beside the divine spring. A mysterious aura spread out and filled the entire 10 Paradise's divine ring. Even the 10 Heavenly Paradise divine ring was undergoing some unknown changes. If this continues, my 10 heavenly rings will probably become a divine medicine garden, Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, this kind of change is not bad. Although I don't know what it will become in the end, it shouldn't be too bad. One of the old men sighed and shook his head. He patted Zhou Tong's shoulder with a look of pity. AI, what a pity. If it was a complete divine medicine, it would definitely be worth a lot. It might even be worth a few 100,000 gene of origin source. My luck is bad. There's nothing I can do about it. Zhou Tong also revealed a look of pity. Little brother, you've done very well. You've obtained a black golden dragon pattern sword. This time, you've already earned back all the 90,000 gene of origin source. There's still some left. How many people have completely lost their lives in stone gambling? That's right. Little brother, are you considering selling this black golden dragon pattern sword? The last person changed the topic and immediately asked. Even the Taoist nun said, Little brother, you could consider selling this black golden dragon pattern sword to our Tao, holy ground. We will definitely give you an ideal price. We won't let you suffer a loss. Zhou Tong shook his head, indicating that he wouldn't sell it. Little brother, do you still want to buy stones? At this moment, Master Yuan was still looking at Zhou Tong with some excitement. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, Forget it. It's already a great fortune to be able to find 2 good stones here. I'll go take a look at other places. What a joke. How could he know any origin techniques? Without the advice of the original work, he would definitely suffer a loss. Zhou Tong didn't want to say anything more. He directly left the Tao Stone workshop under Master Yuan's urging. My luck is really good. It seems that I've chosen a good time. The Tao holy ground only has those 3 ignorant old men. They're not famous. Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. When he thought of those passers-by in this world, Zhou Tong's heart trembled. Their eyesight was really too terrifying. In the eyes of those passers-by, there were almost no secrets. From the secrets of great emperors to the legends of some remote places, there was nothing that they didn't know. Fortunately, he didn't encounter such terrifying passers-by this time. There were only 3 ignorant old men. While I haven't caused any big commotion, I'll change my appearance and go to the G-Clan Stone Workshop. Although I obtained a supreme treasure this time, I lost nearly 50,000 kilograms of origin source. I remember that there's a stone called Divine Moon in the G-Clan Stone Workshop. There's at least 50,000 kilograms of divine origin source inside. I'll go and recoup my losses first. Zhou Tong thought as he walked to a secluded place. He changed his appearance again and directly walked towards the G-Clan Stone Workshop. Chapter 58. After Zhou Tong strolled around the G family stone workshop, he went straight to the Divine Moonstone and spent 50,000 kilograms of pure origin to buy it. After cutting the stone, he found a head-sized piece of divine origin. This piece of divine origin was worth 250,000 kilograms of pure origin. With this piece of divine origin, Zhou Tong finally made a fortune in the holy city. He earned more than 150,000 kilograms of pure origin. He wasn't interested in the Ji family's stone workshop's immortal Linglong or the celestial silkworm. Therefore, he only bought a piece of divine moonstone and left. The appearance of the divine origin also caused some commotion, but it wasn't a big one. Although the divine origin was rare, the holy city could produce divine origin a few times a month. Although most of the divine origin was as small as grains of rice, it was still a relatively common harvest in the heaven-class stone garden. After making his move, Zhou Tong didn't rest at all. He went straight to his final destination, the Alcade Stone Workshop. In fact, he couldn't hide his identity anymore. Ordinary people couldn't enter the heaven-class stone garden in the holy city. Zhou Tong relied on the Jiang family's token to enter every time. Previously, he had obtained the black gold dragon pattern sword at the Tao Stone Workshop and the divine origin at the G family stone workshop. Although the influence of these two events was limited, the news of the Jiang family's token would definitely be dug out. It could be said that the more time passed, the more people would know about him. Therefore, he was prepared for a blitzkrieg. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that he was a Jiang family disciple to obtain all the divine origin he needed in one day before the news of him being a Jiang family disciple spread widely. Soon, Zhou Tong changed his appearance again and arrived at the Alcade Stone Workshop. The Alcade Stone Workshop had a long history. The ancient building was majestic and tall. Under the sunlight, there was a sacred glow flowing around. Alcade sacred ground, you have listed me as a wanted criminal for so long. Today, I will let you pay a little price. Zhou Tong looked at the stone workshop and thought to himself. Then, he lifted his leg and walked into the stone workshop. Of course, according to the usual rules, the heaven zone was still the same. Similarly, one had to display the Jiang family's token in order to enter. In Alcade Stone Square's heaven zone, there was a strange type of bamboo called blood tear jade bamboo. It was pure white and flawless, sparkling and translucent. When the wind blew, it rustled and the jade leaves fluttered like blood tears falling down. The bamboo forest was extremely dense, blocking out the sun. However, this place was not gloomy at all, and was instead sparkling. At this moment, there weren't many people in the Heavenly Industrial Park. Only 4 or 5 old people were there choosing stones. In fact, this was the normal state of affairs in the stone workshop. In the original work, Yi Fan's stone gambling with great fanfare, attracting countless people to observe, was something that only happened once every few hundred years. Inside the Alcade Stone Square's heavenward stone garden, there were too many wondrous stones with sky-high prices. Every one of them was extraordinary and astonishing. As for the price, it was also enough to make countless cultivators shrink back. Zhou Tong roughly strolled around the garden and immediately determined the location of the stones from the original work. This fierce sunstone, this wind cavern stone, this devil fetus, as well as the immortal tomb and the blood altar. These 5 stones, I want them all. Zhou Tong was very straightforward and directly threw down 830,000 jin of pure origin to buy these 5 stones. The fierce sunstone was worth 80,000 jin of pure origin. The wind cavern stone was worth 80,000 jin of pure origin. The devil fetus was worth 120,000 jin of pure origin. The immortal tomb was worth 250,000 jin of pure origin, and the blood altar was worth 150,000 jin of pure origin. All of them added up to exactly 830,000 jin of pure origin. These 5 stones should be the most valuable ones here. Zhou Tong directly bought 5 wondrous stones in one go, which immediately shocked the entire heaven zone. Among them, there were several wind cloud stones that countless people coveted but didn't dare to cut. For example, the devil fetus, the immortal tomb, and the blood altar were 3 stones. Heavens, someone actually wants to cut the devil fetus. He also chose the immortal tomb and the blood altar. Who is so rich and overbearing? In the Alcade Stone Square, the few old men in the heaven zone were all shouting loudly. Even some people in the nearby zones were attracted over, and these people quickly passed the news to other cultivators. Immediately, countless cultivators rushed over to the Alcade Stone Square. However, Zhou Tong didn't stop. He moved the 5 wondrous stones to his side. Little friend, are you really going to cut these wondrous stones? There was an old man who was very envious. Nonsense, I even paid the money. If I don't cut the stones, am I going to throw them away for fun? Zhou Tong glanced at the old man and immediately took out the first wondrous stone, the fierce sunstone. He cut the stones in order. The first few stones must be cut out first. Hee, kid, I bet that your fierce sunstone is a useless stone. You will definitely lose. At this moment, another old man spoke. 50,000 jin of origin. Zhou Tong shot a glance at the old man and threw out 50,000 jin of origin. You want to bet with me? Take out your capital. Upon seeing Zhou Tong being so straightforward, the old man shrank back. But when he recalled that he was just a junior at the Dao Palace realm, He felt a little embarrassed to be so cowardly. 50,000 Gene it is. I'll bet. The old man's expression turned ruthless as he threw out 50,000 Gene of origin. Who else wants to bet with me? As Zhou Tong spoke, he threw 150,000 Gene of origin in front of each wondrous stone and added another 200,000 Gene of origin in front of the Fierce Sunstone. I'll accept all of them. The capital for the one. 5 million Gene of pure origin is here. Each wondrous stone has a capital of 300,000 Gene of pure origin. No matter who it is, I welcome anyone who wishes to bet on any of the stones. The rules were simple. It was a matter of profit or loss. If it was a profit, Zhou Tong would win. If it was a loss, Zhou Tong would lose. 1. 5 million Gene of pure origin. It's rare to see such a huge bet. I'll do it too. I'll bet 50,000 Gene of origin on your fiend fetus. An aged voice instantly sounded from outside the heaven zone. A mighty figure walked in and threw 50,000 Gene of origin in front of the fiend fetus. I'll also bet 50,000 Gene of origin on your fiend fetus. At that moment, someone else spoke and similarly threw out 50,000 Gene of origin. I'll bet 30,000 Gene of origin on your wind cave stone. I'll bet 50,000 Gene of origin on your blood altar. As the news of the Alcade Stone Square spread, more and more people rushed over. There were people from the younger generation and people from the older generation. Some bet more than 100,000 Gene of origin, while others bet a few thousand Gene of origin. In a short period of time, countless origin stones were placed in front of the 5 wondrous stones. The Genesis Chi undulations were extremely astonishing. In the end, the person in charge of the Alcade Stone Square had no choice but to activate the array to prevent the Genesis Chi from surging into the clouds. At that moment, an old man suddenly said leisurely, I say, little brother, you're one. 5 million Gene of pure origin isn't enough. The Scorching Sunstone bet more than 500,000 kilograms of pure source. The Wind Tunnel Stone bet more than 1 million kilograms of pure source. The Devil Fetus bet more than 5 million kilograms of pure source. And the Immortal Tomb and Blood Altar bet more than 1 million. This is over 4 million Gene of pure origin. You're one. 5 million Gene of pure origin isn't enough. Are you afraid that I'll renege on my debt? Zhou Tong glanced at him and casually tossed the Jiang family's token. Is this token worth 5 million? Chapter 59. This is suddenly a powerful figure of the Jiang family in the crowd narrowed his eyes, revealing a trace of shock. How is this possible? Little brother, where did you get this command medallion? We'll talk about this later. Zhou Tong said indifferently. I only want to ask, does the Jiang family acknowledge this too? 5 million caddies of source? However, Zhou Tong was also a little surprised. It seemed that after Jiang Taishu left the Purple Mountain, he didn't return to the Jiang family directly, but went somewhere else. The powerful figure of the Jiang family took a deep breath and said, All right, the Jiang family acknowledges this too. 5 million caddies of source. As he said that, he was also very bold and wrote an IOU on the spot. He directly slapped the IOU on the Alcade Stone Square. I believe that with the reputation of the Jiang family of the ancients, you can rest assured. Of course, we acknowledge the reputation of the Jiang family. That's right. With the Jiang family's guarantee, we were indeed overthinking. The others who were worried that Zhou Tong wouldn't be able to honor the bet were immediately relieved. The Jiang family of the ancients would definitely not default on the IOU that was written in the name of the Jiang family of the ancients in front of everyone. Cut the stone. Quickly cut it open and see what's inside. The first to shout these words were a group of old men. These people were all red in the face and neck. They waved their fists and shouted loudly, looking completely like gamblers. Yes, quickly cut the strange stone. These stones are finally going to be cut open. I really want to know what's inside. The others were also affected, and all of them shouted loudly. The stone garden was in an uproar. Some people who weren't qualified to enter the Heaven Zone also gathered outside the Heaven Zone and looked at the magnificent scene through the windows. Cut the devil fetus first. This stone must be a piece of trash. Cut the immortal tomb first. Open the Heaven Zone ancient tomb and see what's inside. Cut the blood altar first. This stone was transported out of the collapsed temple in the absolute beginning Forbidden Zone. Its origin is astonishing, and there must be immortal treasures inside. Countless shouts sounded one after another. Crack! Zhou Tong held his knife and directly picked up the first piece of Fierce Sun stone and began to cut it open. The surface of the Scorching Sun stone quickly peeled off, and a small sun rushed out from the stone and hung in the air. Its radiance was boundless, and it illuminated the entire stone garden. No one could look straight at it. A godly source the size of a human head. The first piece of Scorching Sunstone had produced such a treasure, which shocked everyone. The entire Heaven Zone was in an uproar. No one could stay calm. Those who had bet with Zhou Tong all had ugly expressions on their faces. For something like this to appear on the first stone, it meant that this young man definitely didn't choose it randomly. He definitely had a certain level of skill. Everything that followed was hanging in the balance. As for the people from the Alcade Stone Square, they were purely heartbroken. With just the first stone, he had earned back more than half of his expenses. This head-sized godly source was worth at least 250,000 kilograms of pure source energy. I won the first stone. I will kindly accept these sources. Zhou Tong smiled slightly and directly kept this divine source as well as the other sources on the ground. Other than the 250,000 kilograms of pure source energy that he had taken out, there were also 250,000 kilograms of pure source energy that others had bet. Unbelievable. Does this person really have the ability? Countless people looked at Zhou Tong in a different light. This kind of ability was very enviable. Next is this stone. Zhou Tong immediately opened the second strange stone, the Wind Tunnel Stone. Under everyone's nervous gazes, stone chips flew, and this wind tunnel stone quickly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, a fist-sized godly source was revealed. It was extremely dazzling, and everyone exclaimed in surprise. Many older generation figures were even more dumbfounded and exclaimed, "Ancient insect, godly source." Within the fist-sized godly source, there were more than 40 dazzling, fingernail-sized insects. That's right, it's definitely the ancient insect, godly source. These ancient insects specialize in eating godly sources, and they can spit out origin essence. It's a peerless medicinal ingredient for refining various ancient pills. Heavens, they eat godly sources. These are all ancient insect kings. Their value is immeasurable. These ancient insects would become insect kings after eating godly sources. They could almost replace the medicinal ingredients needed for various ancient pill formulas. They were one of the rarest spiritual items below the divine medicine. Although this godly source is only the size of a fist, these ancient insect kings are worth 300,000 kilograms of pure source energy. An almighty exclaimed. He had not expected to see such a treasure. The faces of the people from the Alcade Stone Workshop were about to turn black. They had only lost 2 stones, and they had already lost money. In other words, I have won this round. Zhou Tong had a smile on his face. Then he put away the ancient insect, godly source, in his bet. This included his 300,000 kilograms of pure source energy and the 500,000 kilograms that everyone had bet. Senior, you could take back your IOU. Zhou Tong immediately looked at the Almighty from the Jiang family. After winning 2 rounds in a row, he had enough capital now. Naturally, he did not need such an IOU. The Almighty from the Jiang family nodded and casually tore up his IOU. After all, it was an IOU written in the name of the family. It was better for it to disappear as soon as possible. I don't believe that you can keep winning. If you have the ability, go and cut the devil fetus. At that moment, an old man shouted with a red face. This devil fetus was a very famous existence. It was rumored that it could absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. However, Ever since a certain Genesis Grandmaster rejected it, its price had been reduced several times, but it still could not be sold. Therefore, when many people bet with Zhou Tong, their biggest bet was this devil fetus. This was because it was a stone that had been rejected by a Genesis Grandmaster. All right, the third piece is the devil fetus. Zhou Tong quickly began to cut the stone. As the stone chips fell, a purple light suddenly soared into the sky. An astonishing spirit chi spread out in all directions. This was a bowl-sized, godly source energy. However, the originally golden godly source energy had been dyed purple by the rare treasures contained within. It was incomparably resplendent. Although it was merely sealed within the godly source energy, everyone could feel an extremely sacred aura. It was as if it could purify the body and soul, cleanse the soul and physical body. Most importantly, this thing still retained its vitality. Everyone was stunned by this thing, and they all looked towards the inside of the godly source energy. Qilin. It's a Qilin. It's really a Qilin. How can there be such a thing? Legend has it that it's an existence on par with true dragons and true immortals. It's heaven-defying. I can't believe it's such a thing. But how can there be such a small Qilin? The Heaven-Tier Stone Garden was once again in an uproar. No one could ignore the existence of the purple Qilin. Some people wanted to deny it, but that extremely sacred aura could not be faked. Moreover, this Qilin's appearance was exactly the same as the legendary Qilin. I know, this is the seed of the Qilin divine medicine. A mighty figure from the Ji family suddenly said, I've read in books that the Qilin divine medicine will transform into a divine seed after undergoing nirvana. My young friend, my Ji family wants to buy this Qilin seed. My great Xia also wants to buy it. For a time, countless people spoke up to buy this Qilin seed. Chapter 60. Countless sacred grounds chimed in one after another. However, Zhou Tong merely shook his head and kept the seed. Who knew how many times the Qilin seed had undergone nirvana? Who knew what it had experienced? With the reincarnation mirror, Zhou Tong could unearth the countless years the Qilin seed had experienced, allowing him to see countless great Dao secret arts. More importantly, the Qilin seed had been transformed from an immortal king of the Qilin clan. If he used the reincarnation mirror to trace its origin, he could definitely obtain the fourth treasure technique of the 10 fiends, the Qilin treasure technique. This Qilin seed is not for sale. As Zhou Tong spoke, he put away the spoils of war. This round I've also won. I believe no one has any more questions. Young friend is indeed amazing. You will definitely become a Genesis Heaven Master in the future. That's right. With such talent, you will definitely become a new generation of Genesis Heaven Masters. Very soon, people began to compliment Zhou Tong. This time, everyone could tell that he had not chosen randomly, but had made his choice based on evidence. What shocked everyone the most was that they had not been able to tell what method Zhou Tong had used when he was choosing the stones. Next up is the fourth round. I believe this is the stone that everyone wants to know the most. Zhou Tong slowly walked towards the fourth stone, the blood altar. The blood altar. It's finally time to remove the blood altar. Everyone immediately stared at Zhou Tong. However, Zhou Tong did not immediately make a move this time. Instead, he scanned the surroundings and said, Seniors, please lay down the runes. There's a living creature in this stone. What? Everyone was stunned as they stared at Zhou Tong in shock. Are you serious? An emperor of the great Xia's eyes glowed with golden light. Zhou Tong nodded. Without the runes, this stone will likely cause some casualties. Seniors, please help. Okay. After the previous 3 stones, they already knew that Zhou Tong was very close to becoming a Genesis Heaven Master. The words of such a person had to be treated with caution. Soon, all the Almighties began to move. Dao patterns began to be laid out in the void and on the ground. I see. This kind of Dao pattern. As he watched them set up the Dao pattern, Zhou Tong constantly used the group's secret word to dissect it. Soon, he understood the meaning of these Dao patterns. A moment later, all the Dao patterns were laid out, and the blood altar stone was placed in the center of the Tao patterns. Only then did Zhou Tong begin to cut the stone. However, this time, he didn't approach the blood altar. Instead, he directly used his sword chi to cut the stone. Seeing Zhou Tong's attitude, everyone's gaze became even more solemn. They were already prepared for the worst. Plop! A large piece of stone fell to the ground. A third of the blood altar had been cut open. However, at this moment, an extremely dense, killing intent seeped out of the stone. For a moment, everyone in the garden could not help but feel their hair stand on end. Many people were shocked and wanted to back off. They already sensed danger. Bang! Another piece of stone fell to the ground, and an even more bone-chilling, killing intent spread. Many people were frightened by the killing intent, and even their legs turned to jelly. However, Zhou Tong treated these murderous intents as nothing and continued to dissect stones here. Crack! But when Zhou Tong's sword sliced off a piece of stone, an astonishing killing intent surged forth like a tide. Everyone unconsciously took a small step back. Even Zhou Tong's brows involuntarily glowed. He had to use the group's secret word to block the killing intent. Crack! Next, there was no need for Zhou Tong to do anything. Piece after piece of stone seemed to be shattered by the killing intent and slowly fell off. Very soon, a scarlet-red spear tip appeared. The astonishing killing intent was coming from this spear tip. Everyone's expression grew even more solemn. There was definitely something extremely astonishing in this stone. Zhou Tong took a deep breath and did not approach. Instead, he wantonly brandished his sword energy. Strands after strands of sword energy slowly cut open the stone. Immediately, a gentle brilliance rushed out. A layer of extremely sacred power rippled out and dispersed the killing intent by a lot. Zhou Tong continued to cut the stone. Finally, a goddess wrapped in a strange source appeared. This was a purple-haired girl with peerless beauty. Her heart had been pierced through by the spear. No one had expected such an outcome. An immemorial monarch was killed like this. It was truly shocking. Dead, there are no signs of life. Someone shook his head. However, Zhou Tong was not done yet. Sword energy erupted from his palm and directly peeled off the source on this girl's body. At the same time, the girl's corpse and the spear were also revealed. Zhou Tong did not touch the purple-haired girl and only collected the source. Just these strange sources, which are comparable to divine source, are comparable to 2 to 3 million caddies of pure source. The fourth round is still my victory, Zhou Tong said, and then collected all the bets for the fourth round. Everyone looked at the source and felt their hearts ache. Not to mention his harvest from cutting the stone. Just this round alone had won nearly 2 million caddies of source. Everyone's eyes turned red. Even the sacred leaders of the sacred grounds were no exception. This wealth was too shocking. Next, there's only the last strange stone left, the immortal tomb. Zhou Tong took a deep breath. As if he was not afraid of everyone's jealousy, he directly began to cut the stone. He already knew what was inside. He was very fast, and pieces of stone flew everywhere. At this moment, an incomparable sacred aura suddenly rushed out. The immortal tomb was overflowing with colorful lights and released a bright brilliance. It was incomparably mysterious. Crack! Large pieces of the stone fell off. Suddenly, 2 rays of golden light shot out from the stone like 2 burning torches. Those were 2 pairs of eyes. Zhou Tong immediately retreated. He knew that the battle Saint Ape was about to be born. Heavens, it's actually a living creature. Its eyes are like torches. How can there be a living creature inside? It shouldn't be. This immortal tomb was born naturally. How can there be a living creature? Could it be an immortal? A series of exclamations sounded. Everyone was stunned and shocked. Retreat quickly. Very soon, someone reacted and immediately retreated. Whenever a living creature was removed from the stone, it would always be a huge matter, accompanied by endless blood. Everyone was in chaos and wanted to leave the Alcade Stone Square. Of course, there were some sacred leaders who were very daring and directly attacked the living creature inside. However, Zhou Tong was only watching from the outside. He was very clear about what was inside and had no intention of attacking. At this moment, the battle Saint Ape that was awakened from his deep sleep no longer needed others to cut the stone. He could come out of the stone by himself. Moreover, the moment he came out, he immediately engaged in a battle with the sacred leaders in the stone square. The battle Saint Ape that just came out should be at the early stage of the second level of Immortal Foundation. At most, it should be at the third level. That's why he couldn't deal with these sacred leaders in a short period of time. Zhou Tong was very clear that as the son of the Battle Saint Emperor, he was definitely at the 8th level. As for those sacred leaders, royal lords, and so on, the strongest ones were probably at the 2nd or 3rd level. In addition, their cultivation was much higher than the Sacred Prince. That was why they could stop the Sacred Prince. You guys can slowly fight. These divine roots are mine. Zhou Tong didn't have the mood to care about those battles. He directly walked towards the large piece of divine roots that the Sacred Prince had escaped from and took it along with the bet from before. Zhou Tong had already thought of the order of cutting the stone this time. Only by advancing step by step and cutting the Battle Saint Ape last would he be able to maximize the benefits. Otherwise, the Sacred Prince would secretly do something to those stones after he came out and directly leave through the void. Then, he would suffer a loss. I already have the capital to advance to the 4th level secret realm. Zhou Tong thought to himself. He was originally only 4 to 5 million caddies of divine roots. First, he had earned 150,000 caddies of divine roots at the 1 Dao Stone Square and the G Family Stone Square. Then he had earned more than 5 million caddies of divine roots at the Alcade Stone Square. Finally, he had won more than 4 million caddies of divine roots from these people. Only I can earn nearly 5 million caddies of divine roots in a day. Zhou Tong laughed softly and took advantage of the chaos to sneak away. The reason why he had cut the Battle Saint Ape stone was because of this scene. He didn't have the time to care about other things. Now, he needed to transcend the tribulation and cultivate to the 4th level secret realm. Chapter 61. The news that a divine herb and 2 primeval kings had been cut out in one day in the holy city, and one of them was still alive, swept across the world like a storm. Although the living primeval king left with the dead primeval king in the end, this matter still had a huge impact on the entire holy city. But soon, everyone reacted. Where was the Genesis master who had cut out so many good things? Even after this major event, they didn't even know the name of that young man. Everyone in the world was searching for that young man, but to no avail. Soon, someone from the older generation deduced he must have a method to change his appearance. That's right, the Genesis Heaven Master has a great transformation art that can easily change one's appearance. This person must be the successor of the Genesis Heaven Master. Damn it. In the end, we don't even know who has those treasures. Countless people were infuriated. Not to mention the Chilan Divine Herb seed. Just the source alone was close to 5 million kilograms of wealth. This was an unimaginable amount of wealth. He must be related to the Jiang family. He entered the Heaven Park with the Jiang family's token. Soon, after everyone's investigation, someone found out that the reason Zhou Tong could enter the Heaven Park was because of the Jiang family's token. But at the same time, other news came from the Dao One Stone Workshop and the G family's workshop. What? An unknown young man with the Jiang family's token also cut out a divine source from the G family's workshop. The 9-orifice stone man in the Dao One Stone Workshop was cut out by that person, and he cut out a natural black gold sword with dragon patterns. And there's also an unknown blue spirit herb root that looks like a human foot. The entire holy city was shocked once again. The unknown spirit herb was hard to say, but the black gold sword with dragon patterns that intertwined with Dao and principles was a supreme treasure. No, that spirit herb that looks like a human foot. I remember there's a divine herb like that in the legends. You mean? That root is also a divine herb? With the Chilan seed, doesn't that mean he cut out 2 divine herbs in one day? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that this person had done so many things in secret. Nearly 5 million kilograms of origin source. two stalks of divine herbs, two members of the far ancient royal family, the black golden dragon's sword. Could it be that he has taken all the fortunes in the holy city's stone workshop? Someone asked. Go and check which other stone workshops he has been to. Check the Jiang clan's token. Soon, all the stone workshops in the holy city began to move. A moment later, the results were announced. That person had only been to the Dao 1 stone workshop, the Ji family stone workshop, and the Alcade stone workshop. This news made many people heave a sigh of relief. They had only been to 3 stone workshops, so they would just have to avoid them in the future. These stone workshops have been visited by people close to the level of a Genesis Heaven Master, so there shouldn't be many treasures left inside. Even so, the people of the holy city were still furious. Who was this person? The sudden attack caught the entire holy city's stone workshop off guard without any preparation. But no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find any trace of that person. On the other side, in a certain barren land in the north region, Zhou Tong, who was the focus of the holy city's discussion, had already found a secluded place to meditate. The holy city is really dangerous. I didn't expect to be targeted, even though I was about to escape. Zhou Tong couldn't help but shake his head when he recalled the time when he left the holy city. When he left, it was obvious that several people were tailing him. There were many smart people, and the best plan was to take advantage of this opportunity to rob him. He changed his direction and appearance several times. In the end, he even used the group's secret word to cast some formation runes to completely shake off those people. Before breaking through, I should take a look at the Qilin seed and the human-shaped divine herb. Zhou Tong first looked at the human-shaped divine herb. The divine herb was soaking in the divine spring. Its roots, which resembled human feet, emitted a strange undulation as it slowly absorbed the divine spring's liquid to repair itself. The divine herb was already beginning to grow little by little. The divine herb, which only had 2 feet left, had already begun to grow the shape of a calf. This divine herb needs at least 3,000 years to fully mature. Zhou Tong shook his head and then shone the reincarnation mirror at the divine herb. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Zhou Tong. This person had an ordinary appearance, but his demonic aura was overwhelming. He was extremely ferocious and held a divine axe in his hand. His golden eyes were blazing, and his black hair was dancing in the wind. He was like a god or a demon, and his murderous aura was terrifying. A chaotic aura erupted from his body. This is the ancient Chaos Emperor. Zhou Tong was shocked. He didn't expect the previous owner of the human-shaped divine herb to be the ancient Chaos Emperor. The ancient Chaos Emperor was an exception among all the great emperors. The other great emperors were undefeated, but the ancient Chaos Emperor was defeated his entire life. His friends and family were all killed, and his Tao heart was almost shattered. However, it was also because of this that he was able to rise again. A demon fetus was born in his body, and he defeated all his opponents in one fell swoop to successfully prove his Tao. Can I see the ancient chaos scripture? Zhou Tong was very excited. The ancient Chaos Emperor was definitely powerful. How could he be weak since he dared to use the name Ancient Chaos? Without thinking too much, Zhou Tong continued to read the divine herb's memories. After recovering his divine power twice, Zhou Tong finally obtained the complete version of the Ancient Chaos Scripture. The Ancient Chaos Scripture, as expected of the Ancient Chaos Emperor's inheritance. After studying it for a while, Zhou Tong immediately understood the core of the scripture, chaos. That's right, the core of the Ancient Chaos Emperor's scripture was chaos. This chaos was not the chaos caused by his own secret arts, but the chaos caused by his opponent, the chaos caused by the void, and the chaos caused by the passage of time. The Ancient Chaos Scripture is probably very effective against the combination of words. After using the Chaos Heaven's secret technique, all the Tao runes would become chaotic. How would they be able to combine and arrange themselves? Zhou Tong silently said in his heart. Zhou Tong seriously suspected that the ancient Chaos Emperor had suffered greatly from the combination of words during the process of proving his Tao. Therefore, his scripture was very effective against the combination of words. However, before I undergo the heavenly tribulation of the four extreme secret realms, there is still a secret technique that I need to cultivate. Zhou Tong looked at the ancient chaos scripture. There was a secret technique that he had been eyeing for a long time, the martial Tao heavenly eye. Heavenly eyes existed in the world, and there were many different types. When the Book of Source Heaven was cultivated to the extreme, it could give birth to the divine eye of origin. This was a type of heavenly eye that could see through illusions. Similar to the divine eye of origin, there was the innate immortal spirit eye that could see through illusions and directly look at the source. Zhou Tong had obtained the Book of Source Heaven and could cultivate the divine eye of origin. However, he gave up. He gave up on the divine eye of origin because he felt that this divine eye of origin was not very compatible with him. When he saw the ancient golden sovereign scripture, the golden pupil that he fancied was also a type of heavenly eye. However, it was a heavenly eye that came with the golden clan's bloodline. Without the golden clan's bloodline, it was almost impossible to cultivate it. However, the martial Tao heavenly eye from the ancient chaos scripture was different. As soon as he saw the cultivation method of the heavenly eye, Zhou Tong understood that this martial Tao heavenly eye was extremely compatible with him. Once the martial Tao heavenly eye was cultivated, it could see through all illusions and see through the real situation. The most frightening thing was that the martial Tao heavenly eye could capture all the flaws in the battle. It was the most terrifying thing. Under the martial Tao heavenly eye, everything during the battle would be in slow motion. Moreover, the martial Tao heavenly eye could also use various divine techniques. It was simply an enhanced version of the Super Sharingan. It could also be considered a slightly weaker polychoria. Chapter 62. Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's Martial Path, Celestial Eye. In the original book, it could fight against the battling sacred ape race's fiery gold eyes. It is one of the strongest eyes in the world. Zhou Tong's heart was on fire. He started to study the martial path Celestial Eye. Zhou Tong already had 3 Celestial Eyes. In addition to Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's Martial Path Celestial Eye, he also had the original Heaven Eyes and the Gold Eyes. These 3 eyes were the scariest celestial eyes in the world. However, it was a pity that the Golden Eyes could only be cultivated with the Gold Clan's bloodline, and the original Heaven Divine Eyes were not very useful in battle. So, Zhou Tong chose Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's Martial Path, Celestial Eye. Most importantly, Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's Martial Path, Celestial Eye was the strongest Celestial Eye. Everyone knew that every martial monarch's ancient scriptures were outstanding in their own way. The part that stood out the most was where each emperor's 9 King Gi symbols were displayed and branded. The Tao Scripture's Sea of Reincarnation was the strongest scripture, so Tao Scripture's 9 King Gis were together with the Sea of Reincarnation. The Sun True Scripture and the Moon True Scripture had the best immortal foundation scrolls, so the 9 emperor runes of these 2 saint emperors were together with their immortal foundation. The Eternal Universe Sutra's 4 extreme secret realms were the strongest, so Eternal Universe Great Emperor's 9 King Gis were together with the 4 extreme secret realms. Similarly, Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's Celestial Eye was the strongest, so his 9 King Gis were imprinted in it. First, I'll carve the 9 King Gis left behind by Ancient Chaos Great Emperor into my eyes. Zhou Tong thought for a while, then tried to figure out Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's 9 King Gis. He stayed there for half a month before he finally moved. First, it was his left eye. Zhou Tong followed Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's instructions and quickly carved the first King Gis into his left eye. When the first King Gis entered his left eye, an excruciating pain radiated from his eye. Zhou Tong felt as if his eyeballs were going to explode. The world in front of him was spinning. Everything was in chaos. He rested for a whole day. When he was fully recovered, it was time for the second King Gis. When the second King Gis appeared, it was as if time had been disrupted. Zhou Tong felt as if he had been lost in an endless stream of time. When the third King Gis mark entered, it wasn't just time that was messed up. Even space itself was messed up. He felt as if he had traversed through countless realms in an instant, and even he could not recognize himself anymore. Forward secret art suppress. Zhou Tong subconsciously activated the forward secret character. Instantly, all the illusions disappeared, and everything turned to nothingness. Over the next few days, more and more Qinggees were imprinted into Zhou Tong's left eye. When the fourth Qinggee's mark entered, he felt as if his eye was being pierced by countless steel needles. When the fifth Qinggee's mark entered, it was like he was being burned by fire. When the sixth Qinggee's mark entered, it was like endless frost. Every time the Qinggee's imprint was imprinted, Zhou Tong felt as if he was in a dream. He saw a strange world in front of him. It took him half a month to finally imprint the 9 Qinggee's marks into his left eye. At this time, Zhou Tong felt as if a mysterious power was growing in his left eye. It wasn't complete yet. Zhou Tong didn't wait. He spent another half a month imprinting the 9 Qinggee's marks into his right eye. BZZT. When the Qinggee's mark in his right eye was complete, Zhou Tong felt as if the Qinggee's in both of his eyes were resonating. The power in his eyes was scarier, and the speed at which it was growing was faster than before. It was reaching an extreme level. I need to wait for another half a month before I can open my eyes. Zhou Tong quietly stayed in his temporary cave with his eyes closed. Every day, he quietly studied the ancient Chaos Sutra's secret skills and scriptures. During this half a month, he was like a blind man. He couldn't see anything, but he knew that this was the dark time before the martial path sky I was born. Finally, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Zhou Tong finally felt as if his martial path sky I had finished growing. BZZT. He opened his eyes, and the air shook. His eyes were deep and powerful. Deep in his eyes, there was a holy sword slashing down. There was the suppression of a bell, and there were stars shining. The rules of heaven and earth were revealed. In addition, the sun and the moon shone. The sky was revealed. Zhou Tong's eyes turned into endless runes. They revealed the secrets of the universe and revealed the rules of heaven and earth. In an instant, Zhou Tong's eyes emitted 2 beams of divine light, dazzling like rainbows. He looked down at everything. It was as if he could see through the void. He looked directly at the origin of all things. It was very mysterious. Is this the secret of the martial path sky I? Zhou Tong turned his eyes and looked at the sky not far away. Suddenly, he felt as if the world in front of him had become many times brighter. It was very clear. He could see all the runes he had placed. He could even see the changes in them. He could see through the walls of his temporary cave. Every blade of grass, every tree, every stone, and every grain of sand was different from before. Looking into the distance, it was as if his eyes could see through hundreds of thousands of miles. He could see the oasis in the distance. He could see all the creatures that live there. The birds in the sky, the beasts in the mountains, the fish in the water, and the snakes, insects, rats, and ants on the ground. Every movement was clearly visible. Every trajectory was clear. It was as if ants were crawling. This was a martial path sky eye. It had just been opened, but it already had so many wonders. Everything he saw had slowed down. This ability could play an unimaginable role in battle. No changes in the opponent could escape his heaven's eye, and everything could be clearly reflected in his eyes. The martial path sky eye has already revealed its wonders. If I continue to cultivate it, I will most likely obtain unimaginable wonders. Zhou Tong thought, it seems that I have to find a chance to open up the divine treasury left behind by the Genesis Heaven Master. That stone core can save me a lot of cultivation time. With this thought, Zhou Tong headed to the Purple Mountain again to find the village left behind by the Genesis Heaven Master's descendants. Zhou Tong cultivated both the heaven-shrouding art and the chaotic antiquity art. The heaven-shrouding art was only at the perfect Tao Palace stage, but the chaotic antiquity art was equivalent to the 4th-level secret realm. Therefore, he knew that his 4th-level tribulation was not to be underestimated. It was not a simple 4th-level tribulation. In fact, The power of the tribulation might even be close to Yi Fan's dragon transformation tribulation. Therefore, he had to obtain anything that could increase his battle strength. Things like the stone core, which could save him a lot of time with just a drop, could not be missed. Chapter 63. In a small village near Purple Mountain. Is this the mountain village left behind by the Genesis Heaven Master's descendants? Zhou Tong asked as soon as he entered. He knew that there was a fifth Grandpa Zhang here who had a relatively strong origin-searching ability. Therefore, after arriving nearby, he directly searched in the oasis. In the end, someone led him to this small mountain village. Little immortal, I am a descendant of the Genesis Heaven Master. At this time, a white-haired old man walked over and looked at Zhou Tong somewhat nervously. Zhou Tong said softly, "Don't be nervous. I know that you no longer have the Genesis Heaven book in your hands. What you are relying on is only a superficial knowledge of the Genesis Heaven book passed down by your ancestors. I came here to find some stone tools left behind by the Genesis Heaven Master. My ancestors didn't leave behind any stone tools." Fifth Grandpa Zhang was somewhat confused. The matter in front of him was somewhat beyond his expectations. The foundations and stone pillars in your village, could it be that they weren't left behind by your ancestors? Zhou Tong chuckled. You have guarded the vicinity of Purple Mountain for so many years. Now is the time to leave. Your clan will have great fortune in the future. Fifth Grandpa Zhang's body trembled slightly. Great fortune was something his ancestors had once said. He didn't expect to hear it again from this young man's mouth today. Little immortal, are you serious? Fifth Grandpa Zhang asked. Zhou Tong pondered for a moment and then said, Fine, I won't take your things for free. After you leave here, find a place with beautiful scenery and start a new life. I will leave behind an inheritance for you. Inheritance. Fifth Grandpa Zhang was even more shocked. Anything that could be called an inheritance was not simple at all. In the long run, it might even become a holy land. Since ancient times, how many legends were like this? Someone inadvertently obtained a scripture, then rose up and became a holy land. Yes, perhaps in the future, you can borrow this inheritance to establish a holy land. At the very least, you can use this inheritance to live a better life. Zhou Tong finally said. He was well aware that when he spoke of inheritance, the purple sun lamp in his body began to faintly move. This great sage artifact already understood. Zhou Tong was fulfilling the purple sun great sage's dying wish, leaving behind the purple sun great sage's inheritance here. Zhou Tong didn't wait any longer. He directly tapped fifth Grandfather Zhang's forehead with his finger. The complete Purple Sun Sutra was immediately transmitted into fifth Grandfather Zhang's forehead. I've already given you this legacy. As for how far you can cultivate it, that will depend on yourselves. Zhou Tong said. Yes, many thanks, little immortal. Fifth Grandfather Zhang was very clear that this was both a danger and an opportunity. An ancient scripture, such a precious item, had actually appeared in front of his eyes. The originally ordinary village had become extraordinary at this moment. Soon, Fifth Lord Zhang gathered the village. After a brief discussion, he directly decided to relocate the village. They were very efficient. In just a few days, all the houses in the village were moved out. They even chose a new address. During these days, Zhou Tong imitated the purple sun lamp and refined 3 or 4 similar lamps. He temporarily gave these things to the villagers to protect themselves. The entire village was completely relocated in just a few days, leaving behind only a drop of gravel. The Purple Sun Great Sage's inheritance has been passed down. After a while, I'll go take a look again. You can rest assured. Zhou Tong waved his hand, and the purple sun lamp appeared in his palm. After I cultivate to a certain realm, I'll give you to them as a great sage artifact to be passed down. With Zhou Tong's voice, the purple sun lamp seemed to understand. The wick of the lamp slightly brightened and then quickly extinguished. I can finally start cutting. After putting away the purple sun lamp, Zhou Tong looked at the stones left behind in the village and quickly began to cut them. Every stone was cut open, and the things inside were all exposed to Zhou Tong's eyes. What Zhou Tong felt the most regretful was a stalk of divine medicine. That's right, it was a stalk of divine medicine. Unfortunately, it was destroyed. Alas, a stalk of divine medicine was destroyed just like that. Zhou Tong couldn't help but sigh. Only the heavens knew how many divine medicines have been destroyed over the countless years. Perhaps to others, it didn't matter if a divine medicine was destroyed. However, to Zhou Tong, every divine medicine was a huge treasure. He could dig out endless information from the lives of divine medicines. Forget it, it's enough to get a mortal energy fruit and a stone core. Zhou Tong shook his head and put away the useful things. Finally, he looked at the stone core. It was a peach-sized purple core. It wasn't sealed in the divine source, but it was full of vitality. A purple stone core. It's a pity it's not golden, but it doesn't matter. It can save me more than 10 years of cultivation and accelerate the formation of the martial Dao Heavenly Eye. Zhou Tong thought for a moment and directly used it. The stone core was a divine item. It could restore the eyes of the blind and restore vitality. It could also accelerate the formation of the Heavenly Eye. It was rumored that this was formed when the essence of the immortal's gallbladder was dripped into the earth. Zhou Tong cut open the stone core. Immediately, purple juice flowed out like purple clouds. The fragrance assailed his nostrils. Zhou Tong squeezed out the juice and let the sparkling liquid drip into his eyes. Suddenly, a cool aura filled his heart. However, in the next moment, he felt as if there were flames burning in his eyes. Tears flowed down his face. This was something that had to be experienced. If he wanted the heavenly eye to be formed quickly, he had to go through this kind of pain. Zhou Tong wiped away his tears and squeezed out all the juices from the gallbladder, dripping them into his eyes. Then, he closed his eyes and began to use the chaotic ancient scripture to refine his eyes. Now, his eyelids had turned purple. They were almost transparent and sparkling. It was very strange. Zhou Tong could feel countless runes gathering in his eyes. They were very complex, especially the 9 Qingyi's characters. They were glowing and absorbing the power of the stone core juice. They were changing Zhou Tong's eyes. He closed his eyes and silently comprehended the changes in his eyes. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, 2 rays of light formed completely from symbols shot into the sky, as if a star field had been destroyed. His eyes sparkled as if they were 2 universes. His eyes were constantly evolving the mysteries of the universe. Every ray of light was like a chaos sword, buzzing loudly. It's done. The martial Dao Heavenly Eye has reached small success. Zhou Tong smiled. Now, I can find a place to break through. The heavens test of the 4 extreme secret area is not to be underestimated. Once I get through this heavens test, the true power of my heavenly tyrant body will be revealed. When that time comes, I just need to rest for a while and accumulate combat power. Then, I will be able to go out and cause trouble. Zhou Tong's eyes were shining with light. As the heavenly tyrant body, how could he be content with his lot and cultivate like an ascetic monk? If he didn't go out and cause trouble, he would be letting down his heavenly tyrant body. Chapter 64. After releasing the book for so long, I haven't appeared in the book review section or in this chapter. Of course, it's not that I haven't read your reviews. In fact, I've read most of them. Thank you very much for your comments. This is a fanfiction. I won't change the settings of the original text, but I'll interpret the parts that the original text doesn't mention based on my own understanding. These interpretations might make some readers think that I'm talking nonsense and don't respect the original text, but there's nothing I can do about it. 1,000 readers have 1,000 Hamlets. 1,000 people read Shrouding the Heavens and have 1,000 different opinions. If you feel that I'm different from the original text, you can tell me, and I'll try to correct it. Try to hit me in the face with the original text. Don't use your own imagination or other fanfiction. Next, I'll talk about some of the reviews in this chapter. I'll talk about my thoughts. First, I'm not going to talk about the space-time paradox. Every time I think about this question, I think that if I can cultivate to the point where I can travel back in time and change the past at will, then I can confidently say that there won't be a second person who can reach this level in the future. Because as long as I find the slightest sign, I'll immediately go back in time and kill him. If you think about it this way, you'll find that whoever reaches this level first will be the ruler of the world. He can decide the fate of all living things and the fate of all worlds. Moreover, it's a fate that can't be defied. In the end, the entire world will become a pool of stagnant water. In fact, even in the original text of Shrouding the Heavens Imperfect, there wasn't anyone who could casually play with the past. Corpse Immortal Emperor couldn't do it. He tried to kill Heavenly Emperor Huang when he was weak, but failed. Heavenly Emperor Huang couldn't do it because he couldn't change the fate of his friends and family. Yi Fan, No Beginning, and Ruthless couldn't do it either. When they went back in time to see Heavenly Emperor Huang, they couldn't even touch the people of that era. Even the masters of the ancient underworld, Heavenly Emperor Burial Pit, and Four Extremities Floating Earth couldn't do it either. Because of their own problems, Heavenly Emperor Huang was born. Secondly, there's the problem of cultivation. According to my understanding, the difficulty of the Shrouding the Heavens technique is much higher than the chaotic ancient technique. When the heaven shrouding technique opens the sea of reincarnation, it will eliminate at least 90% of the people. For more details, you can read the chapter of the Supreme Mystery Sect's Disciple Recruitment. However, as long as one knew the cultivation method of the chaotic ancient method, anyone could practice it. For specific details, one could go to the 8 realms of the perfect world. Almost anyone could become a cultivator as long as they knew the cultivation method. Of course, the amount of resources one had to cultivate the chaotic ancient technique would determine one's cultivation speed and foundation. Without resources, he could either cultivate slowly and steadily, or maintain his cultivation speed and advance quickly, but his foundation would not be stable. Some readers also mentioned that the world's environment had changed and that it was no longer suitable for practicing the chaotic ancient method. Actually, if you have any doubts, you can look at chapter 1820 of the original Shrouding Heaven. Zhang Byron showed Yi Fan the cultivation system of ancient chaos and his Tao, which greatly moved Yi Fan. In Jitian's era, it was still possible to practice the chaotic ancient techniques, but they had been forgotten over the years. In fact, after Heavenly Emperor Huang created the method, the chaotic ancient method did not die out. The reason was that Heavenly Emperor Huang was disturbed by ouching when he tried to break through to the Immortal King realm. In the end, he failed and was buried underground for hundreds of thousands of years. When he woke up, the first person he saw was Zhang Byron, and Zhang Byron was practicing the chaotic ancient method. Therefore, I speculate that the era when the heaven shrouding technique completely replaced the chaotic ancient method should be when Heavenly Emperor Huang woke up and instinctively rebuilt the heavenly court and left cultivation methods everywhere. Only then did the heaven shrouding technique gradually replace the chaotic ancient method. It was not because of the great changes in the world. Finally, some questions about the protagonist. Many people have mentioned the name of the protagonist, Tao, Proving Weapon. This name, at first, I thought that the Tyrant Body lineage had the inheritance of the Tyrant Bell. Every Tyrant Body had a Tyrant Bell. It could be the divine form Tyrant Bell, or it could be the real Tao Proving Weapon. So I just called it and didn't think too much about it. Then, there's the thing that the protagonist cultivates. Some people say that Heavenly Emperor Huang worked hard to cultivate 10 grotto heavens of the same size. How can you, the protagonist, do it? My explanation is that one is the one who opens the path, while the other is the one who walks. The difficulty is different. If you know how Heavenly Emperor Huang walked, then you just have to follow his path. The difficulty is naturally different from when Heavenly Emperor Huang risked his life with an uncertain future. In my opinion, cultivation is like doing experiments. There is repeatability, irrepeatability, and semi-repeatability. Things with a strong personal style are not repeatable. For example, Heavenly Emperor Huang's Emperor Method, Avatar Transformation Method. This method is something that no one except Heavenly Emperor Huang can learn. However, other than these things, many other things can be replicated. The only difference is the difficulty of replication. For example, 10 Grotto Heavens is a slightly easier replication process. The process of Heavenly Emperor Huang cultivating immortal qi is extremely difficult to replicate. It is known that during the immortal ancient era, the little immortal king used the same method to cultivate his first strand of immortal qi. However, he couldn't withstand it and fell to the second strand of immortal qi. As for the so-called semi-repeatability, it is most obvious that it is the forbidden domain of the great emperors. The forbidden domains of the great emperors are the sublimation of the great emperor's life, cultivation experience, and even their mental state. Similarly, these forbidden domains can be learned by the later generations, but they can't reach the level of the creator. That's all for now. There are still some questions that may be related to the later plot, so I won't answer them. Please look forward to it. Chapter 65. What kind of concept was that? Just the light alone was enough to pierce through the sky and soar into the heavens. Auspicious colors soared into the heavens. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely take out the source and absorb it. Then, this phenomenon would completely expose the cultivator's location. However, Zhou was different. His source was all stored in his 10 Heavens Divine Ring. The 10 Heavens Divine Ring had the ability to refine the essence of heaven and earth and turn it into one's own essence. Therefore, Zhou did not need to extract the source at all. He could directly refine it in the 10 Heavens Divine Ring and feed it back to his body. Zhou sat cross-legged as the 10 Heavens Divine Ring floated behind him. A huge amount of spirit qi continuously emerged from the 10 Heavens Divine Ring and entered his body to refine it. A huge amount of blood qi rushed out of his body like purple dragons. Above his head, there was a purple dragon-like blood qi that rushed into the sky. Buzz! Zhou took out the tyrant bell, and it floated above his head. Lines of great Tao patterns appeared on the bell. They were like the most original great Tao of heaven and earth, and they emitted a vast and distant aura. The purple tyrant bell and the heavenly tyrant body's purple blood qi complemented each other, illuminating his body like the most dazzling divine gold. Buzz! Within the 10 Heavens Divine Ring, the child of Bodhi, the white tiger divine medicine, the human-shaped divine medicine, and the Qilin divine medicine emitted their own auras at the same time. They turned into clear Tao runes and rushed into Zhou body. All the pores on his body opened up. The divine source turned into light and entered and exited continuously. His organs and bones were dyed with a layer of dazzling light. At the same time, Zhou 5 Tao palaces' divine treasures resonated with the great Tao heavenly voice. It reverberated through heaven and earth like a huge bell. At this moment, a mysterious aura came from Zhou boiling blood qi. It surprised even himself. He felt that his body seemed to be gradually changing. Is this the true power of the heavenly tyrant blood? Zhou subconsciously moved in the direction of this change. If someone were here to watch him break through, they would be able to sense that Zhou figure seemed to have begun to change. He was no longer in human form, but was gradually evolving into a stalk of grass. One of the 10 vicious, 9-leaf sword grass. Boom! The 10 Heavenly Passage Divine Ring trembled as a sea of origin energy was refined. It rushed towards Zhou gradually transforming body and entered his body, causing his entire body to become sparkling and translucent. The 9-leaf sword grass he transformed into as sparkling and translucent as it emitted sword cries. This was an unimaginable metamorphosis. One could see that Zhou figure seemed to have disappeared from this world. Only a 9-leaf sword grass took root in the void. It was as clear as crystal, and dewdrops appeared on its leaves. These dewdrops were condensed from the most terrifying sword energy. Bear! Endless Genesis qi washed over his body like flames, causing the 9-leaf sword grass to grow more and more vigorous. However, when it reached its limit, one of the leaves suddenly began to wither and fall to the ground. However, at this time, another new leaf emerged. The brand new leaf was no longer pure silver white like before. Instead, there were traces of purple lines on the silver white leaf. This was the color of the tyrant blood of the firmament. Purple clouds lingered, and endless sword energy soared into the sky like brilliant divine chains. The brand new leaf with purple lines on it emitted tens of thousands of sword light and thousands of sword energy. It was as if it had been divinized all of a sudden. It was sparkling and dazzling, and it was very shocking. This was the scene of the tyrant body of the firmament breaking through to the fourth level. There was no earth-shattering vision. There was only the divine form, which had reached the peak. The tyrant body of the firmament and the sacred body of the ancients were two types of physiques of the same level and opposite. In addition to the fact that the two had amazing vitality and physical strength, as well as the fact that their blood was a great medicine, the most obvious difference between the two was that they cultivated different things. The sacred body mainly cultivated visions, and there were 5 or 6 extremely terrifying visions. Once cultivated to the peak, all the visions would fuse together, forming a terrifying domain that was like chaos. The tyrant body mainly cultivated the divine form. The peak tyrant body could cultivate a total of 9 great divine forms. Once cultivated to the peak, the combination of the 9 great divine forms could erupt a terrifying power that was close to that of a war immortal. One was a vision, and the other was a divine form. This was the most essential difference between the two major physiques. The vision was like a domain that could suppress the opponent and increase the user's strength. The divine form was the shape of the Tao, which represented the ultimate change of the physical body. As for the ultimate divine form, it was the most terrifying transformation that would happen to one's physical body during cultivation. That was to say, Zhou Tong's normal body would disappear and be replaced by a 9-leaf swordgrass. The prototype of the 9-leaf swordgrass divine form that he had comprehended in the Purple Mountain had now officially become the first divine form of Zhou Tong's tyrant blood of the firmament. This change also meant that Zhou Tong had officially begun to break into the 4 extreme secret realms. Suddenly, the body of the 9-leaf swordgrass began to stretch. Then, endless Genesis chi from the 10 heavenly rings entered his body, and he suddenly shone brightly. Whoosh! At this time, purple flames burned and soared into the sky. The 9-leaf swordgrass seemed to have been burned to ashes in the flames. Everything completely dissipated, and only the last grass seed was left. To transform with the body of the divine form, one had to go through the most terrifying transformation of the divine form. If the divine form was a real dragon, then one had to go through the struggle and transformation of a fish into a dragon. If the divine form was a phoenix, then one had to go through the extreme pain of having one's body and soul destroyed, and then be reborn. Zhou Tong's divine form was grass, so he had to go through the extreme transformation of the autumn wind cutting the yellow leaves, the wildfire burning the withered grass, the cold wind whistling past, and the branches sprouting in the spring. This was an extremely terrifying metamorphosis, and none of the previous tyrant bodies had ever experienced such a metamorphosis. This was because Zhou Tong was the only tyrant body that had cultivated the divine form before the 4 extreme secret realm. Now, all of the 9-leaf swordgrass's physical form had been reduced to nothingness, leaving only the essence of the grass seed. This was the most comprehensive and thorough transformation, as if he had been reborn and started a new life. Buzz! The 10 heavens divine ring was still incomparably bright, and endless Genesis chi washed the grass seed. In the end, the grass seed finally moved. Endless divine light flew out, and it finally broke open its shell. Its roots continued to absorb Genesis chi, and the grass leaf stretched out and grew. This time, the grass was no longer silver. Instead, it had turned completely purple. The new 9-leaf swordgrass was slightly different from the original 9-leaf swordgrass. The purple leaves swelled in the wind and soon returned to their former glory. The nine-leaf sword grass rooted in the void continued to absorb the Genesis chi from the 10 heavens' divine ring, and at the same time, it was also changing. The originally slender grass leaf gradually began to expand, and in the blink of an eye, the nine-leaf sword grass shook and turned back into Zhou Tong. Boom! After returning to his original form, Zhou Tong suddenly stood up like a giant mountain slowly rising, and the sky trembled. The 4 extreme secret realms. Success. Next is the heavenly tribulation. He looked up at the starry sky and opened his eyes. His gaze was like a sword, piercing through the void. The new body shone with a luster, and a powerful aura erupted. Chapter 66. Bang! At this time, purple lightning fell from the sky, striking towards Zhou Tong. As the first bolt of heavenly thunder fell, Zhou Tong's body shimmered with a crystalline light. He forcefully withstood it without being injured at all. Although his thunder tribulation was extraordinary, the first bolt of thunder was still unable to do anything to him. Bang! The second bolt of heavenly tribulation was no longer a single bolt of thunder. It turned into a purple sea, a sea of thunder. Endless thunder submerged Zhou Tong. This was a sea of thunder. The thunder was like a tide, shattering everything. It was incomparably blazing, and the world was covered in a vast expanse of purple. Boom! The sound of thunder was deafening, shattering the soul. It connected the heavens and the earth, incomparably vast. It was like the Milky Way of the 9 heavens was pouring down, as if millions of stars were crashing down. The void was shattered. Blinding thunder filled every inch of space. Wong. At this moment, the sea of lightning suddenly underwent a drastic change. The lightning actually condensed into a pagoda in the void. The pagoda had 9 floors and 12 corners. The pagoda covered Zhou Tong, drawing in tens of thousands of thunder as if it wanted to refine him here. This was something formed after Zhou Tong used the Thunder Emperor's treasure technique. He turned the thunder for his own use, condensing the power of thunder to temper his body. He could clearly feel his entire body becoming comfortable and filled with vitality. He could clearly feel himself becoming stronger. Thunder body tempering. Facing this heavenly tribulation, Zhou Tong still did not give up on using the chaotic ancient law's thunder body tempering art to strengthen himself. The Thunder Emperor's art is indeed worthy of being one of the 10 vicious treasured arts. Zhou Tong softly said as he bathed in thunder. Even a genius of a holy land would have no choice but to treat such a thunder tribulation with caution. But to Zhou Tong, who cultivated the Thunder Emperor's art, this thunder condensed together like a hot spring. The gentle thunder rushed into his body, turning into the most basic life essence energy. It brought with it a tingling feeling, constantly tempering every inch of his body. Even his hair was no exception. Zhou Tong even had the leisure to circulate the front secret character. Immediately, his glabella lit up as he guided strands of lightning energy into his skull to refine it. In the secret art of front, there was also a secret art of using lightning to temper one's spiritual sense. It would allow a cultivator to use lightning to temper their spiritual sense before they entered the immortal foundation realm, strengthening their spiritual sense. Boom! Another wave of lightning, incomparably blazing, was attracted by the pagoda, formed from lightning, and quickly poured into the pagoda. The thunder tide had a total of 9 layers, and it continuously poured into the purple pagoda. A huge amount of lightning accumulated in the purple pagoda, causing a quantitative change. Even the Lightning Emperor technique was somewhat difficult to use. Zhou Tong was hit so hard that blood spurted out of his mouth. His skin was torn and his flesh was exposed. His entire body was char black. Immortal Phoenix Nirvana. Zhou Tong didn't think too much about it. A phoenix cry rang out from his body, and flames rushed out from his body, adhering to the surface of his body. They were like the feathers of a phoenix, extremely bright and resplendent. In the end, vigorous vitality overflowed. The lightning tribulation hasn't disappeared yet. Zhou Tong understood in his heart that even if he passed this level of lightning tribulation, it still couldn't be considered a success. His lightning tribulation wasn't so simple, and he couldn't be considered to have officially entered the four extreme secret realms. Because after entering the four extreme secret realms, one would be able to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. One's body would be imprinted in the void, and there would be all sorts of miraculous changes. Right now, Zhou Tong still hadn't sensed it. Rumble. Finally, another wave of lightning descended. This time, it was no longer the previous wave of lightning. Instead, it was 9 divine-like figures. These 9 figures directly entered the Thunder Pagoda, and each level was a divine-like figure. Zhou Tong was like he had passed a level. From the first level, he continuously fought bloody battles, using all his strength to break through the 9 levels. His physical body, his spiritual sense, and his tyrant bell were all fighting alongside him, constantly growing stronger. Every time he broke through a level, Zhou Tong could feel himself sensing the most profound Great Tao in the world. Traces of the Great Tao began to appear in Zhou Tong's heart. It was only now that he could be considered to have truly stepped into the level of the 4 extreme secret realms. Rumble. Soon, the chaotic lightning descended. Blazing lightning shone in the sky, accompanied by chaotic aura that fell like a waterfall. It was boundless. As usual, Zhou Tong circulated the Lightning Emperor technique and used the 9-level pagoda to contain the chaotic lightning. He also used it to temper his body. Bolt after bolt of chaotic lightning entered the pagoda, constantly tempering it. However, the chaotic lightning was too terrifying. Just at the beginning, Zhou Tong's blood spurted out, and a large area of his body was charred black. Later on, even his skin was cracking, drying up like the earth and falling off. However, Zhou Tong turned a blind eye to the changes in his body. He focused on the chaotic aura. His spiritual sense transformed into a bell and quickly absorbed the chaotic aura in the lightning, extracting the Tao imprint contained in the heavenly tribulation. These were the connate great Tao patterns that belonged to this world. In an instant, Zhou Tong seemed to have been reborn, and his injuries rapidly recovered. Zhou Tong could clearly feel his body becoming stronger. His body was full of vitality, nourished by the rich and special Tao imprint. Even his essence spirit became more transparent. It transformed into a small person and absorbed the Tao imprint in the chaotic aura, slowly growing stronger. Dong! At this moment, a melodious sound of a bell rang out amidst the thunderbolts. It's here. This is the difference between me and Yi Fan. It's also the different heavenly tribulation brought about by cultivating the chaotic antiquity technique. Zhou Tong understood. It's my 6th-stage heavenly tribulation. The previous 5-stage heavenly tribulation was basically the same as Yi Fan's in the original novel. They were both 5-stage heavenly tribulations, and each stage had 9 bolts of lightning. There were a total of 45 bolts of lightning. However, he was very clear that he was different from Yi Fan. His chaotic antiquity technique's combat strength was truly at the peak of the 4 extreme secret realms. If it was just this 5-stage heavenly tribulation, it definitely wouldn't be a threat to him at all. One had to know that he hadn't even used his 10 Grotto Heaven Divine Ring yet. The 10 Grotto Heaven Divine Ring that he accidentally cultivated with the chaotic antiquity technique was one of Zhou Tong's greatest trump cards. Zhou Tong looked up and saw a huge purple bell taking form. It was completely condensed from lightning, and there were countless connate runes and great Tao laws on it. Clang! The bell sound was long, peaceful, and profound. It was like a yellow bell was ringing, and the world was peaceful. However, the lightning bolts were even more intense. Zhou Tong was bathed in the bell sound. As he resisted the bell sound, he captured the great Tao patterns brought about by the bell's sound. The bell rang 9 times, and each sound was a bolt of heavenly tribulation. Each sound was like a thunder tide that surged towards Zhou Tong. The terrifying bell runes nearly shook his entire body. 1, Soon, the seventh stage of heavenly tribulation descended. It was a purple pagoda that directly sucked Zhou Tong into it and refined him. This was an extreme confrontation. In the end, Zhou Tong used his martial Dao heavenly eye to see through the purple pagoda's Dao patterns. Then, he used the bell to destroy the purple pagoda and broke out of it. After that, the eighth stage of heavenly tribulation descended. A treasured cauldron appeared and sucked Zhou Tong into it, refining him continuously. But in the end, Zhou Tong quickly broke out of the cauldron after comprehending the principles within. Crash! At this moment, the void trembled, and a dazzling divine diagram appeared. It seemed to have fused with the void and wrapped around Zhou Tong. At the moment of contact, Zhou Tong's body felt like it was about to shatter. He was about to be refined to death by this divine diagram. At this moment, Zhou Tong finally couldn't help but use his 10 Grotto Heaven Divine Ring. He used his 10 Grotto Heaven Divine Ring to resist the Thunder Sea Divine Diagram. As he imprinted the Tao patterns within, he kept breaking down the lightning essence within the divine diagram and fed it back to Zhou Tong. With the help of this essence and the Immortal Phoenix technique, he finally broke through the last stage of heavenly tribulation. 1. At this moment, Zhou Tong had a hint of understanding. He had completely passed the tribulation and advanced to the 4 extreme mystic realms. 9 stages of heavenly tribulation. The difficulty is at least 10 times that of Yi Fan's. Zhou Tong said softly. His black hair danced in the wind as he stood quietly in this world. He had a completely different feeling. Chapter 67. The first heaven of the 4 extreme secret realms. Zhou Tong could feel the changes in his body. He could feel that he was different from before. He slowly floated down from the sky. Then, he casually stomped his foot on the ground. Suddenly, there was a loud boom and the ground collapsed. The entire ground looked like it had been hit by a meteorite. A terrifying crater appeared. The first heaven of the 4 extreme secret realms. My first heaven is my left leg. Zhou Tong's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He did not expect that a simple stomp of his foot could cause such a terrifying scene. The 4 extreme secret realms connected the Tao of the 4 extremes of heaven and earth. It did not really cultivate one's limbs. Otherwise, the Azura tribe with 3 heads and 6 arms, the spiders, centipedes, and other demons with 7 or 8 limbs, and the Emperor Qing, who was a plant spirit with no limbs, would they not be called 6 extremes, 8 extremes, or 0 extremes? Of course, in the human race, the 4 extreme secret realms basically cultivated the 4 extremes of heaven and earth. The human body had the 4 extremes of heaven and earth. It could connect the Tao of the heavens. Zhou Tong could feel that his left leg seemed to be imprinted in the void, turning into a Tao diagram and becoming eternal. But it's still not enough. I haven't cultivated the sutra of the 4 extreme secret realms. I can still become stronger. The traces of the Tao that I obtained from the heavenly tribulations can definitely allow my 4 extreme secret realms to advance by 1 or 2 levels. Zhou Tong thought to himself. After a brief comprehension, the next step was to determine the sutra of the 4 extreme secret realms. It's a pity that I did not obtain the complete sutra when I was in the Luan High Secret Realm and the Tao Palace Secret Realm. The sutra that I cultivated was incomplete. Zhou Tong thought about himself and could not help but feel helpless. In the Luan High Secret Realm, he cultivated the Feather Conversion Sutra because he had no other choice. This was the only sutra that he had. In the Tao Palace Secret Realm, he cultivated the Sutra of the Emperor Realm. This was also because he did not have the complete sutra and could only choose one of the other sutras to cultivate. The complete sutra was like a real dragon. It was complete and flawless. However, each secret realm cultivated a different scripture. It was like combining the 4 limbs of a red dragon, the 5 organs of a black dragon, the inner core of an azure dragon, and the brain of a white dragon to form a true dragon. This kind of combined true dragon was naturally inferior to a complete true dragon in terms of combat power. Right now, I can use the Ancient Chaos Sutra or the Eternal Universe Sutra to rebuild my foundation and cultivate the sea of reincarnation and Tao Palace Sutra again. However, this will consume a lot of energy and will require a lot of time. Zhou Tong hesitated. Forget it, I'll continue cultivating. So be it if the scriptures in each mystic realm were different. When I become a saint in the future, I will recultivate the scripture with my own understanding. Zhou Tong quickly made up his mind. This was because even if one cultivated the complete ancient scripture in the future, when they walked their own path and created their own scriptures, it would be the creation of secret realms one by one. When the time came, after creating a secret realm scripture and recultivating it with his own scripture, he would naturally fall into a state where the scriptures were not the same. For example, if one cultivated the complete Eternal Universe Sutra in the beginning, but created their own sea of reincarnation scroll, they would face such a situation. If one did not cultivate their own scripture, then the scripture they created would be meaningless. If they cultivated it, then their scripture would definitely not be the same as the Eternal Universe Sutra. Getting used to the current state will be extremely beneficial for passing the stage of scripture creation in the future. Zhou Tong had already made up his mind. Other people cultivate the complete ancient scripture, but create their own part of the ancient scripture. Their combat power might not increase by much because the scripture they created is not the same as the original scripture they cultivated. However, for people like me who cultivate the Ancient Chaos Sutra, once I create my own scripture, my combat power will definitely increase greatly. As long as I can cultivate the Ancient Chaos Sutra and not be weaker than the other princes and princes, I will be able to surpass them after I create my own scripture. After making up his mind, Zhou Tong immediately began to cultivate. The scripture he chose in the four extreme secret realms was the Eternal Universe Sutra, which was known as the most powerful scripture in the four extreme secret realms. Zhou Tong sat down cross-legged and began to slowly circulate the scripture. Suddenly, Tao diagrams surrounded Zhou Tong. He was like an immortal god, surrounded by chaotic aura. It was as if he was at the beginning of the world, surrounded by various Tao patterns. At the same time, the heavenly voice of the Tao resounded through the clouds. Zhou Tong was without worry or joy, and he became one with the heavens and earth. Soon, in the process of cultivation, the benefits of the heavenly tribulations that surpassed his cultivation level began to show. The divine bell of the sixth heavenly tribulation, the nine-layered pagoda of the seventh heavenly tribulation, the cauldron of the eighth heavenly tribulation, and the divine diagram of the ninth heavenly tribulation. All of the great Taos contained within them appeared in Zhou Tong's mind at the same time. As he cultivated the Eternal Universe Sutra, he suddenly felt that his right leg was flickering and was surrounded by Tao diagrams. Then, it suddenly sank into the heavens and earth and became eternal. He had advanced to the second level of the four extremities. However, this time, it was not over yet. The great Taos continued to appear. Soon, Zhou Tong's left hand was also surrounded by Tao diagrams. Gradually, it was imprinted in the heavens and earth and became eternal. Boom! At this moment, a thick purple lightning bolt suddenly fell from the sky. It had a diameter of more than 100 feet and pierced through the heavens and earth, landing directly on Zhou Tong's body. The heavenly tribulation of the four extremities mystic realm. Just nice, I've broken through 2 levels in a row, and I need some essence of the heavens and earth to replenish myself. Zhou Tong raised his head and looked at the heavenly tribulation. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Immediately, the heavenly tribulation was swallowed into his stomach. Boom! The sea of lightning was violent, and lightning struck one after another. However, no matter what kind of lightning it was, Zhou Tong just sat there, opened his mouth, and swallowed it completely. There were a total of 9 levels of lightning. Zhou Tong also swallowed 9 mouthfuls in a row before he destroyed all of the lightning. All 9 levels of the heavenly tribulation accumulated in Zhou Tong's body. He activated the Lightning Emperor art, and his body immediately glowed with a dazzling purple light. Lightning continuously tempered Zhou Tong's body and the tyrant bell. But soon, everything calmed down, and he regained his usual calmness. As expected, lightning of this small cultivation level is no threat to me at all. With just a slight circulation of the Lightning Emperor technique, it would be easy to completely devour it. This kind of heavenly tribulation has become my tonic, Zhou Tong said softly. Without thinking too much, Zhou Tong continued to sit there and cultivate. The divine sound of the great Tao continued to resonate in his ears, as if an ancient god was chanting scriptures. He continued to cultivate. For 2 whole years, he silently comprehended all the changes of the eternal universe scripture in the 4 extremities mystic realm. At the same time, he further organized all the ancient scriptures and secret arts he had obtained so far. He also spent time comprehending some things that he did not have time to study before, such as the Book of Source Heaven. However, after 2 years, Zhou Tong finally came out of seclusion. I'm stuck. Zhou Tong's expression was somewhat helpless. After 2 years of cultivation, he was still stuck at the great perfection stage of the 4 extremities mystic realm. He was only 1 step away from the dragon transformation mystic realm, but he could not take that final step no matter what. Blindly cultivating won't do. If I don't experience enough, it'll be useless no matter how powerful the scriptures I cultivate are, Zhou Tong said softly. Moreover, my battle strength hasn't reached the 8th limit yet. I still need some time to consolidate my battle strength. The simplest way to test whether one's battle strength had reached the 8th limit was to see whether one could successfully use various secret arts to increase one's battle strength. Zhou Tong was very sure that he could still use secret arts to increase his battle strength, so he had not reached the 8th limit yet. Come to think of it, it's been almost 4 years since I came to this world. Next, I'll return to the southern region to take a look. I wonder how my classmates are doing now. It's time to go out and cause trouble. Chapter 68. Zhou Tong left the north region and returned to the south region through the space gate. There were countless small countries in the south region. After opening the space gate, Zhou Tong went to the Wei Nation. The Wei Nation was 5,000 miles from north to south and 6,000 miles from east to west. Although its territory seemed huge, it was still a drop in the ocean compared to the entire eastern wilderness. Candied haws, a rare fruit from a 1,000-year-old tree. It contains the essence of heaven and earth. 1 stick only costs 10 copper coins. Dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground. Donkey meat hot pot is a great tonic for the world. It replenishes yin and strengthens yang energy. Lu's beef buns, the best stuffing from the Copper Mountain White Bowl. Come and try it. Weidu was bustling with activity. There was an endless stream of horses and carriages, and people were coming and going. Zhou Tong walked on the street and casually browsed the scenery in the mortal world. Zhou Tong also put down the restraint of a cultivator and mingled with a group of ordinary people. He held a stick of candied haws in his left hand and 2 beef buns in his right. Liar. This candied haws is at most a fruit from a 20-year-old tree. Zhou Tong took a bite of the candied haws and smiled helplessly. Then he took another bite of the bun and nodded slightly. This is not bad. This kind of bun is much better than the food on earth. After coming to the Big Dipper, Zhou Tong had always focused on cultivation. He only wanted to eat some good food and drink some good wine occasionally. This was the first time he mingled with the mortal world like this. Cultivation is too hard, and the mortal world is so charming. Zhou Tong could not help but sigh in his heart. Everything in front of him was very lively and intimate. After all, whether it was his previous life or the first 20 years of this life, he had lived the life of an ordinary person for more than 40 years in both lives. On the contrary, he had cultivated for too little time. It had not even been 10 years since he started. But the mortal world has its troubles, and cultivation also has its joys. Zhou Tong shook his head. Mortal life was the greatest pain. Although cultivators were poor, they did not have to worry about food and water. Moreover, they had the ability to control the fate of mortals. After experiencing cultivation and experiencing the joy of cultivation, no one would be interested in the mortal world except for those who had lost their Tao heart or those who had comprehended the natural Tao of the mortal world. My state of mind is already that of a cultivator. Zhou Tong was silent in his heart. At this time, if he wanted to experience the life of a mortal, he would not be able to adapt to it. However, I don't need to adapt. I just need to stay here for a while and see if there's anything interesting. Zhou Tong finally found an inn nearby and stayed there. Within the capital of Wei, the boundless mundane world formed a strong contrast with the tranquility and silence of solitary cultivation. In just 2 months, Zhou Tong felt that he had also been infected with the aura of the mortal world. His entire person was different from before. He was quietly cultivating in this mortal world. Every time he cultivated, he seemed to be completely untainted by the mortal world and still maintained his purity, untainted by the mortal world. It's not the so-called pure heart, but that I have already understood what I need. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a secret technique, the self-cleaving Tao technique. This was the supreme secret technique created by Emperor Ruthless. Emperor Ancient Chaos had grasped a part of it and used this secret technique to finally free his devil fetus, thus achieving great success. Self-cleaving Tao, cleaving the dead me, clarifying the Tao in my heart, surpassing the present me, proving the future, seeing my heart clearly. My current state, isn't it a different kind of self-cleaving Tao? Zhou Tong could not help but have a further understanding of the self-cleaving Tao technique. However, if I really cultivate this self-severing Tao art and sever all worldly desires, I'm afraid I'll be able to smoothly refine the tyrant bell to the point of being able to communicate with immortals and completely display the profound mysteries of immortal gold. Zhou Tong suddenly thought of his Tao confirming tool, the tyrant bell. The immortal gold had its own unique meaning. However, whether it could be displayed depended on the compatibility between the cultivator and the immortal gold. Perhaps it was the compatibility of the Tao, the compatibility of the mentality, or the compatibility of the bloodline. The divine scar purple gold was actually a type of immortal gold that was extremely difficult to match. It required the wielder to be close to immortals in order to be able to communicate with immortals. The so-called immortal approach could be the immortal approach of one's own disposition, such as the pure and innocent heart that was untainted by the mortal world, or it could be the immortal approach of the Grand Tao, such as the most carefree and carefree Grand Tao. Obviously, in this world, both were extremely difficult to achieve. Let's leave it to fate. It's the same whether I have the profound meaning of the immortal gold or not. Zhou Tong did not think about it anymore. What could the divine scar purple gold do after activating the profound meaning of the immortal gold? Could it imprint the scriptures from the void? With the reincarnation mirror, he did not lack scriptures at all. Zhou Tong's problem was that there were too many scriptures, and he did not have the time to cultivate them one by one. He had even obtained 4 of the ferocious 10 treasure techniques: the Lightning Emperor treasure technique, the Grass Symbol Sword Technique, the Immortal Phoenix Treasure Technique, and the Qilin Treasure Technique. The Emperor's ancient scriptures were innumerable. One had to know that he had only seen the tip of the iceberg in the memories of the immortal gold. Subconsciously, Zhou Tong looked at the diamond carving in his 10 heavens divine ring. Lines of patterns appeared on the diamond carving. There were the lightning patterns of the Lightning Emperor's Treasure Technique, the sword patterns of the 9-leaf swordgrass, the divine phoenix patterns of the Immortal Phoenix Treasure Technique, and the Qilin patterns of the Qilin Treasure Technique, the Sever My Tao Enlightening Technique. However, the Ruthless Emperor is really amazing. Speaking of which, why was her obsession so strong from the start? Or was it caused by the Sever My Tao Enlightening Technique? When he thought of this, Zhou Tong felt a chill run down his spine. No matter how strong a person's obsession was, there should be a limit. However, the Ruthless Emperor seemed to have broken through that limit. Even in her half-crazy state, she still remembered that obsession. Could it be that the ruthless emperor was really afraid that she would forget her original intentions after attaining her Tao? So she used the sever my Tao enlightening technique to sever her obsession? If that's true, then the ruthless emperor is really terrifying. She can change a person's mind so easily. Speaking of which, could the soul-crossing technique be the same type of secret technique as the sever my Tao enlightening technique? But one is to sever me, and the other is to sever him? Could it be that the soul-crossing technique was created to sever the thoughts of an outsider? There were many thoughts in a person's mind. There were new thoughts every moment. Even if it wasn't enough, it was close enough. If one completely cut off all thoughts, leaving only one or two thoughts, then these two thoughts would take root in the depths of one's heart. Even if it was just a random and insignificant thought at the beginning, it would be infinitely magnified in such a situation and become an obsession. The ruthless emperor is terrifying. His understanding of the human heart has reached such a level. The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more he felt that the ruthless emperor's Tao was too shocking. Let's not think about it anymore. I've been here long enough. It's time to leave. Zhou Tong quickly left the Wei capital and headed west. Wang. Not long after Zhou Tong flew out, Zhou Tong suddenly seemed to sense something. The blood in his body began to boil on its own, and the purple blood in his body became restless. It was as if something related to him was nearby. The only thing that can make my purple blood restless is the enmity engraved in my bloodline. I'm afraid there's only one person who can do that. Zhou Tong followed the direction of the restlessness. Chapter 69. This was a barren mountain range in the western part of the Wei nation. The mountain range was endless, and there was very little vegetation. Most of it was scorched earth. Legend had it that a terrifying battle had taken place here in ancient times, so it became a barren land. The mountains here towered into the clouds, but there was no greenery at all. It was completely barren and looked extremely desolate. This was the ancient battlefield of the past. It was cold and desolate. The group from the demon race brought Yi Fan with them as they moved westward. However, on the way, Yi Fan suddenly felt his blood boiling. It was as if he had sensed a great enemy and wanted to fight. Yi Fan looked in the direction of his senses and saw a purple light shooting towards them. Who's there? The group of demons' expressions changed slightly, as if they were facing a great enemy. Yi Fan, long time no see. The purple light dissipated and Zhou Tong walked out. Zhou Tong. Yi Fan looked at Zhou Tong in surprise. He had been in this world for 4 years and had seen the fickleness of the world. He used to have a good friend, Pang Bo, but ever since the tomb of the Shifter Emperor, Pang Bo's fate was unknown. Now, he finally saw a friend from back then. Don't come near. Just as Zhou Tong walked over, a beautiful middle-aged woman stepped forward and blocked Zhou Tong's path. Zhou Tong didn't even look at her. He just waved his hand as he walked over. The middle-aged woman from the demon race immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Yi Fan, who was among the demons, also looked at Zhou Tong in shock. They came to Big Dipper together and entered the cultivation world together. He had actually cultivated to such a terrifying realm. How terrifying was the power of that wave of his hand. After so many years, Yi Fan felt as if he didn't recognize Zhou Tong when he saw him again. Yi Fan, have you been kidnapped by this group of people? Do you need me to help? Zhou Tong asked as he walked. He looked relaxed and didn't seem nervous at all. No need. No need. Yi Fan hurriedly said. Looks like you've been living quite freely during this period of time. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and then looked at the few demons beside him. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. Being stared at by Zhou Tong, Yi Fan did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, he revealed a smile. They were all adults. Wasn't it normal to be seduced by a seductress? However, Yi Fan quickly asked, Zhou Tong, where have you been all these years? He originally wanted to ask why he had such a connection with Zhou Tong, but there were too many people here. He knew that now was not a good time to ask about it. Nothing much, just wandering around. Zhou Tong shook his head. I walked around the southern region and then went to the northern region. Although I didn't go to any famous places, I still went to many places. Is this your friend? Just as Zhou Tong and Yi Fan were chatting, the descendant of the Shifter Emperor, Yen Ruyu's beautiful eyes fell on Zhou Tong. She was extremely shocked. She could feel the terrifying physical body on his body. There was no doubt that if his blood essence were to erupt, it would definitely pierce through the clouds. Whoosh! Just as they were talking, a few streaks of light suddenly appeared in the sky. A few powerhouses instantly stood on a lonely mountain ridge nearby, forming an encirclement. And just as the encirclement took shape, a man walked out and stood on a mountain opposite the group of people. He looked down at Zhou Tong, Yi Fan, and the group of Shifter Emperor. This was a man in purple clothes in his 20s. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were as bright as the morning stars. Just by standing there, it was as if he had merged with heaven and earth. It was as if he had become one with heaven and earth. This is Ji Haoyue. This feeling of being one with heaven and earth, there's no mistake. He's the same as me. Great perfection of the four extreme secret realms. Zhou Tong quickly confirmed Ji Haoyue's cultivation level. Why are you blocking our way? An old Shifter Emperor stepped forward and asked in a low voice. My divine body has just formed. I heard that the descendant of the Shifter Emperor is here, so I'm here to challenge you. Ji Haoyue's expression was calm. His Highness is unwell and can't fight. Please arrange another day. The old Shifter Emperor transmitted his voice. Ji Hao said indifferently. If that's the case, I won't force you. However, after my divine body has just formed, there are very few divine weapons that I like in this world. I lack a suitable weapon. Please leave the Shifter Emperor's sacred weapon. The old Shifter Emperor's expression did not change. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. We don't have a sacred weapon. At this moment, two maidservants appeared behind Ji Haoyue. One of them said, 3 years ago, the Azure Thearch's tomb appeared and shook the eastern wilderness. The Shifter Emperor's sacred weapon broke through the obstruction of 5 important figures and was snatched by your highness. How can it not be in your hands? It's natural for the Emperor's sacred weapon to be in his highness's hands. Why does the Ji family have to ask for it? The old Shifter Emperor looked at Ji Haoyue unkindly. Idiots, you're already so old. Don't you know the cruelty of the cultivation world? Zhou Tong could not stand it anymore. Why? Because they're stronger than you. The cultivation world is the cruelest. It's the law of the jungle. The strong eat the weak. They're stronger than you, so they dare to snatch the Azure Thearch's sacred weapon. If you're stronger than them, you can just destroy the Ji family and snatch the Void Mirror. No one will say anything. As Shifter, don't you know that the big fish eats the small fish and the small fish eats the shrimps? The Shifter Emperor wanted to refute, but Zhou Tong did not look at them. He looked directly at Ji Haoyue. I've always heard that the Ji family's divine body is amazing and has unparalleled talent. I just don't know if it's true. Zhou Tong was eager to try. This was his first official battle since coming to Big Dipper. It was a good opportunity to test Ji Haoyue's true abilities. Ji Haoyue's black hair danced in the wind. His expression was indifferent. He said calmly, "Why don't you try?" Ji Haoyue was calm and did not move at all. He stood with his hands behind his back. However, all the Shifter Emperor, including Yi Fan, were shocked. Night suddenly fell, and the surroundings were dark. Behind Ji Haoyue, an extremely mysterious scene appeared. The blue sea surged out, and a bright moon slowly rose from the bottom of the sea, sprinkling spots of holy silver light on the blue sea. See rising bright moon. He actually managed to cultivate the legendary sea of reincarnation anomaly of the ancient Almighty, as expected of the divine body. Everyone was astonished. Under the night sky, the blue sea sparkled. Only a bright moon hung in the sky. Ji Haoyue stood there with his hands behind his back. He did not move at all. There was an indescribable calmness. It was like a poem or a painting. Buzz! A faint ray of holy light shone down. Zhou Tong was in the center. He was baptized by the moonlight and imprisoned by the faint silver light. The moonlight enveloped Zhou Tong. The bright moon hung above his head. It was as if a slight vibration could shatter his body. Rumble, the purple sea in Zhou Tong's body surged. Flames burned. Then, a terrifying energy vibrated and blocked the terrifying pressure. It instantly obliterated the moonlight outside his body. At the same time, this terrifying energy propped up the bright moon, causing it to rise continuously. Everyone present was shocked. It was too shocking that the sea-rising bright moon could resist the sea-rising bright moon. Chapter 70. He blocked the ocean-rising moon. Could it be that this person also has a special constitution? How can he block the divine body's vision? Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Regardless of whether they were members of the Yao clan or members of the Ji clan, they all looked at Zhou Tong in shock. Zhou Tong, like Ji Haoyue, did not move at all. He just stood there and blocked the ocean-rising moon's attack. It was really terrifying. Ji Haoyue was also shocked. This was his first battle since he had just made a breakthrough in his cultivation. However, the vision he was so proud of was blocked by someone else. He had rushed up to fight with full confidence, but this was the result. Ji Haoyue could not help but feel that his confidence had been damaged. Haoyue, don't be scared by him. At this moment, an expert from the Ji family behind him also looked serious. This was Ji Haoyue's first battle since he officially came out. For this battle, the Ji family had made a lot of preparations. The first opponent couldn't be too weak, because a weak opponent might make Ji Haoyue look down on the heroes of the world. However, this opponent couldn't be too strong either, because if the first opponent was too strong, it would easily affect Ji Haoyue's confidence. Therefore, according to the Ji family's choice, the best opponent should be able to fight with Ji Haoyue to their heart's content, but be suppressed by Ji Haoyue in the end. Moreover, this opponent could not be killed. Instead, he had to escape. This would increase Ji Haoyue's confidence and let him see how big the world was. Logically speaking, the best opponent for this official battle should be the descendant of the Azure Emperor, Yan Ruyu. As the descendant of the Azure Emperor, she was definitely not weak and could fight with Ji Haoyue. Moreover, she had the Azure Emperor's weapon and could escape from the Ji family's encirclement. However, this nameless person who suddenly appeared in front of them made everyone in the Ji family vaguely feel that something was wrong. In the field, Ji Haoyue suddenly reacted. His face gradually turned cold. My bright moon can rotate 9 times. This is only the first rotation. There are still 8 more. Come and try again. As he spoke, a bright halo suddenly burst out from Ji Haoyue's head. There were a total of 9 halos. One was obvious, and the other 9 were faintly discernible. These 9 halos were connected together like a crown. He was like a divine king descending to the mortal world. The bright moon rotated 9 times, releasing a clear splendor that radiated in all directions. Rays of auspicious light lingered in the surroundings, constantly pressuring Zhou Tong, causing him to feel the pressure skyrocketing. The bright moon rising from the sea is indeed a powerful phenomenon, but still not enough to suppress me. In a battle of the same level, no one can suppress me with just a phenomenon. Ji Haoyue, you can't. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from Zhou Tong's sea of samsara. It was like a violet sun had erupted. The sound of crashing waves could be heard as well, immediately dimming Ji Haoyue's moon. Boom! The silver moon shot straight up and flew out, crashing into a mountain not far away. Silver radiance spread out like ripples on water, silently turning the mountain into fine powder. At this moment, Zhou Tong finally moved. All the pores on his body opened up, and rays of purple divine light gushed out. It was as if there were numerous divine flames swallowing and spitting out from his body, merging with the heavens and the earth. His palm turned purple and emitted purple clouds. Like a purple cloud, it carried with it an undefeatable aura as it attacked Ji Haoyue. It was terrifying. Kirin technique, Kirin palm. At this moment, he was majestic and unstoppable. Everyone shuddered as they felt a terrifying aura. Ji Haoyue's expression changed. He walked in the air like a wild goose, graceful and agile. At the same time, the bright moon fell with him and suppressed Zhou Tong. The light from the moon was enough to destroy some of the strong cultivators in the dragon transformation mystery dimension. At this moment, under Ji Haoyue's control, the whole thing was falling. Coupled with the terrifying power of the Void Imperial Sutra, one could imagine how terrifying the power was. The Kirin palm clashed with the moon. Instantly, heavenly light exploded, as if the heavens were about to explode. The two of them fought intensely. Ji Haoyue was like an immortal descending to the mortal world. His robe fluttered in the wind without any ripples. On the other hand, Zhou Tong was like a terrifying god of war. His entire body was burning with purple flames. Every attack was ferocious and domineering. It carried with it an unparalleled, terrifying divine power that was like the might of the heavens. Regardless of whether it was the demon race or the Ji family, everyone was retreating quickly. They had already felt the terrifying power that was close to berserk. Ji Haoyue's eyes flickered with purple light, as if they were demonic. Behind him, a blue sea surged into the sky. He attacked with true fire. The bright moon spun around his body, and an even more terrifying divine power condensed. Zhou Tong was even more majestic. Purple flames surged like a god of war. He did not back down. He opened his heavenly eye of martial arts and charged at Ji Haoyue with unparalleled power. At this moment, the ocean surged between heaven and earth. The moon fell from the blue sky, and purple clouds split the heavens. Battle intent soared into the clouds. Everyone was retreating, especially the demon race powerhouses. They took the opportunity to break out of the encirclement. At the center of the battlefield, the bright moon shattered. Purple waves surged into the sky, and the ocean raged. It was an extremely terrifying scene. Rumble. However, no matter how fast these people retreated, they could not outrun the dazzling light that burst out from the two of them. Countless people were pierced and died in the aftermath of the battle. What exactly has Zhou Tong been through in the past few years? In terms of shock, Yi Fan was naturally the most shocked. It had only been a few years, but he could fight with the famous divine physique in the Eastern Wilderness to such an extent. Who is this person? What kind of physique does he have? Such a physical body is truly terrifying. The Ji family's expert, who was Ji Haoyue's Dao protector, was extremely shocked. That person did not show any abnormalities. He only relied on his unparalleled physical body to fight with Ji Haoyue to such an extent. Should we take Haoyue away? A protector of the Ji family asked. Haoyue is fighting with true fire now. If we attack, this battle will definitely leave a bad impression on Haoyue. An expert directly rejected the idea. This person must be Haoyue's greatest enemy. Should we? At this point, the protector of the Ji family made a throat-slitting gesture. Let's wait and see. We'll talk about the result when the time comes. Maybe this person has run out of tricks. The protectors of the Ji family all looked gloomy. Things had gone beyond their expectations. Zhou Tong's eyes were cold. He suddenly stomped his feet on the ground, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. The entire battlefield trembled. Ji Haoyue's eyes flashed, and he immediately flew into the sky. He could feel an extremely terrifying force surging from the ground. It was like a giant hammer smashing toward him from below. Zhou Tong's black hair was scattered, and there seemed to be stars in his eyes. He directly soared into the sky and pounced on Ji Haoyue like a bolt of lightning. His right arm glowed with purple light, as if an ancient dragon had awakened. He slapped with all his strength with the Qilin palm. The divine moon was like lightning, and it merged with Ji Haoyue. His entire body overflowed with light as he also rushed toward Zhou Tong. At the same time, images of the battle kept appearing in his eyes. Bang! Under this attack, light soared into the sky and the void. Some cultivators who retreated slower were immediately engulfed by the divine light and turned into a bloody mist. Ji Haoyue resisted the Chilan palm with all his strength and endured the terrifying pressure of a mountain. Every single strike of Zhou Tong's was unstoppable like a falling river, an ocean bursting its banks, and the blue sky being overturned. The copious and enormous force caused the vital energy and blood in Ji Haoyue's entire body to roil, his bones to tremble, and his body to the point of splitting apart. In the end, Ji Haoyue no longer had the temperament of a banished immortal. He roared, and the nearby mountains suddenly shook violently. His black hair danced in the wind, and there was a trace of ferocity in his eyes. Suddenly, an ancient mirror appeared on his body. It was a replica of the Void Mirror, which was also the Tao-proving artifact that Ji Haoyue had refined himself. The ancient mirror suddenly shot out a blazing divine light toward the Chilan palm. In the end, the divine light shocked the world. The purple light and the void divine light exploded. It was as if two large stars had exploded in this place. The two people were sent flying backward at the same time. Haha, great. The divine king physique deserves its reputation. But you're still far from being able to compete with me in physical strength. The warm-up is over. I'm going to get serious. Chapter 71. After Zhou Tong flew backward, he immediately stabilized himself and stepped into the void. Every step he took produced a dull sound. It didn't sound like he was stepping on the void, but rather, it sounded like he was stepping on a divine drum. It was so powerful that it almost shattered one's soul. Boom! The world shook violently as terrifying ripples erupted from Zhou Tong's feet. Compared to Zhou Tong's ferocity, Ji Haoyue's body was covered in blood. His hands that were clashing with Zhou Tong were cracked and fresh blood dripped down. In terms of physical strength, the godly king body couldn't be compared to Zhou Tong's hegemonic body of the heavens. The difference was too great. Especially when he was flying backward, Zhou Tong had already stabilized himself and continued to pursue him. With every step Zhou Tong took, his strength and speed increased by a large margin. In the end, he arrived beside Ji Haoyue after 4 steps. His terrifying strength caused the void to buzz and tremble. Chilan treasured skill, Chilan steps. At the same time, Zhou Tong lifted his foot and prepared to take the 5th step. However, just as he lifted his foot and took the 5th step, a terrifying killing sound seemed to come from heaven and earth. It made one's heart tremble violently. At this moment, Ji Haoyue's guardians couldn't bear to watch any longer. This kind of footwork was too terrifying. It seemed like his strength could increase infinitely. It was as if every step he took could cause the void to stagnate and the world to rumble. What a terrifying footwork. What kind of footwork is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? It's definitely a supreme secret technique of some great emperor. The guardians immediately prepared to help. Ji Haoyue groaned. The pressure from his opponent's terrifying footwork caused blood to seep out of his body drop by drop. In an instant, the godly king's elegant figure turned into a bloody man. It was as if he was facing tens of thousands of mountains. It was so oppressive that he couldn't breathe. At this moment, Ji Haoyue deeply experienced a kind of boundless and boundless pressure. Chilan suppresses mountains and rivers. In the face of such terrifying pressure, Ji Haoyue's sea-rising moon phenomenon seemed to be unable to hold on. The surging blue sea and the bright moon in the sky began to shrink rapidly. The originally grand phenomenon was now only able to envelop Ji Haoyue. Ji Haoyue roared. He had been pushed to his limits, and his voice was somewhat hoarse. The sea-rising bright moon phenomenon was compressed to the extreme. At the same time, the void around him froze again, as though the entire space had solidified. Buzz! In the next instant, a divine void stele appeared. The inscriptions on the stele depicted a sparkling blue sea and a bright moon that radiated boundless divine radiance. Ji Haoyue seemed to have broken through a limit. He was able to combine his avatar with the Ji family's void divine spell to create a perfect void tablet, following which the great tablet's smashing hand slashed out. The void divine tablet brazenly flew towards Zhou Tong's Kirin steps. Boom! Zhou Tong's fifth step of the Kirin steps landed on the void divine tablet. Immediately, there was a loud explosion. The entire battlefield shook violently as though it was about to collapse. In the next instant, a figure shook violently, and a string of blood splattered. It was a string of purple blood accompanied by purple clouds that filled the sky. It was the blood unique to the heavenly tyrant body. Is Hao Yue going to win? The Ji family's protector was delighted. However, in the next instant, their expressions changed slightly. They heard a phoenix cry, and the purple blood that flew out flew back instantly. Then, boom! The void seemed to be about to explode. In the endless divine light, purple scales appeared. It was incomparably huge, like a Kirin foot that fell from the sky. It was wild and domineering. However, in the next moment, the Qilin's foot quickly shattered. Purple blood flew out once again, and a figure was sent flying far away. At the same time, the light dissipated. Ji Haoyue slowly got up from the ground. Above his head, there was an ancient bronze mirror that floated up and down, circulating a misty, chaotic aura. It was the Emperor weapon, Void Mirror. Qi. On the other side, the murderous aura disappeared in an instant. Zhou Tong's body that flew out suddenly burst into blazing flames. The power of nirvana appeared, and his wounds healed quickly. The blood essence that he coughed out flowed backward and seeped into his skin. Ha! The Void Mirror is indeed powerful. I've seen the Void Emperor's Tao. See you in the future. Seeing that the Emperor weapon was forced out, Zhou Tong did not stay any longer. He turned around and left. There was no point in continuing the fight. In that instant, if the purple sun lamp, a great sage artifact, had not weakened the power of the Emperor weapon slightly, Zhou Tong's life would have been in danger. Although the Void Mirror was an Emperor weapon, the one who activated it was Ji Haoyue, a cultivator of the four extreme secret realms. Although Zhou Tong's purple sun lamp was only a great sage artifact, it contained enough power to recover. Naturally, the purple sun lamp could block the Void Mirror. Where do you think you're going? Seeing that Zhou Tong was about to leave, how could the Ji family's protectors be willing to let him go? They immediately rushed over. Humph, to be enemies with the Ji family, you must be tired of living. How dare you intercept the Ji family's divine physique? Attack together and kill him. The Ji family of the ancients' overbearingness was fully displayed at this moment. They were the only ones who could kill their opponents. They absolutely did not allow anyone to attack them. All of Ji Haoyue's protectors surrounded him, ready to kill Zhou Tong here and get rid of a future enemy for Ji Haoyue. Zhou Tong suddenly saw a direction to break out of the encirclement and stepped forward. His body bloomed with auspicious light and raging flames. Those were the flames of the true phoenix. They could burn the world and turn the entire mountain range into ashes. The scorching heat suddenly enveloped everyone. Immediately, someone came to Ji Haoyue's side to protect him. Aha! Is there anyone from the Ji family who wants to kill Ji Haoyue? Zhou Tong suddenly laughed. The Ji family only sent a few protectors to kill the divine king physique that only appears once in 1,000 years. You don't even have a single protector at the Immortal Foundation's secret realm. Are you trying to kill him? Instantly, the Ji family's protectors' expressions turned ugly. Some of them even hesitated. That's right. Why would they encounter such a thing today? Wasn't it because the protectors themselves were too weak? Could there really be a traitor in the Ji family? Did they want to use this opportunity to kill the divine king physique? Also, how did this person find this place? Could it be that the traitor of the Ji family colluded with outsiders? With this thought, everyone hesitated and their movements slowed down. However, at this moment of hesitation, the phoenix spread its wings. Two rays of scarlet light flashed on both sides of Zhou Tong, tearing the sky apart with terrifying might. Soon, the true phoenix soared into the sky. The two rays of scarlet light appeared and swept across the sky like a pair of divine wings, directly cutting the hesitant protectors in half. Xion. The scorching phoenix flames devoured the protectors in the blink of an eye. The power of the phoenix flames was on full display at this moment, its divine might soaring to the heavens. At the same time, Zhou Tong soared into the sky like an immortal phoenix. With a flap of his wings, a scarlet light filled the sky. With a swoosh, he soared into the sky and escaped from the encirclement of the Ji family. The speed of the phoenix wings was extremely fast. Even if the Ji family's protectors reacted and wanted to give chase, it was already too late. Naturally, they didn't dare to give chase because they were afraid that there might be other people lying in ambush for Ji Haoyue. Chapter 72. He ran away. Damn it, he's too cunning. The Ji family's guardians' faces darkened when they saw Zhou Tong disappear. Guardians were not the same as sending an invincible expert to protect Ji Hao. A true guardian was at most one realm higher than the one being protected. If they were much stronger, how could they still be called guardians? However, the Ji family's guardians had studied many things. They were confident that Ji Haoyue would not be in any danger, but they had miscalculated. At the same time, they were shaken by Ji Hao's sudden words, which gave Ji Hao an opportunity to attack them. Under normal circumstances, they would not hesitate so easily. Haoyue, are you all right? At this moment, one of them walked up to Ji Haoyue and handed him a pill. Ji Haoyue took the pill and quickly swallowed it. Then, he circulated the scripture of void to absorb the medicinal properties. Soon, his injuries were healed. I'm fine. Thanks to the pressure he gave me, I was able to integrate the phenomenon into my Ji family's void divine technique. Ji Haoyue's eyes were cold. I was at a disadvantage this time. It won't be so easy next time. But who is he? Why have I never heard of such a person in the eastern wilderness? Ji Haoyue looked at the guardians beside him. Never heard of him. Is he from the northern plains, the southern mountains, the central plains, or the western desert? Another guardian asked. He shouldn't be from the western desert. His Tao shouldn't be from the western desert or the central plains. Another guardian pondered for a while and said, his wild fighting style is similar to the cultivators from the northern plains and the southern mountains. No, he looks exactly the same as the person wanted by the Yaoguang sacred land a few years ago. Suddenly, someone noticed and exclaimed he was wanted by the Yaoguang sacred land 3 years ago. When he was wanted, he openly broke into the Yaoguang sacred land's gathering place and killed all the young people there. You mean? Zhao Hao. One of them was stunned. But I remember those demons calling him Zhou Tong. Is the Yaoguang sacred land's information wrong? Is that person using a fake name? I don't care who he is. Next time, I will kill him with my own hands. Ji Haoyue's voice was cold. There was also a terrifying determination in his eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side, after escaping from a Ji family's encirclement, he took a deep breath. As expected of the Void Mirror, its power is truly terrifying. Just by blocking a trace of Ji Haoyue's Void Mirror's power, it consumed another 10,000th of the Violet Sun Lamp's power. However, since I met the monster race and Ji Haoyue here, I guess the Bronze Immortal Palace is next. Although the treasures in the Bronze Immortal Palace were left behind by Ruthless for Yi Fan, it's not too much for me to follow Yi Fan and drink some soup, right? Moreover, there must be some great Tao scriptures left behind by Vicious in the Bronze Immortal Palace. There might even be some great Tao runes from the ancient Chaos Immortal Palace. As long as I can comprehend a little bit of it, I might be able to break through to the Dragon Transformation realm. Zhou Tong's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately rushed toward a certain place. Somewhere in a huge lake, Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue drifted along the underground river and soon arrived at a huge lake. It was pitch black under the water, and the naked eye could not see clearly. However, it did not affect Yi Fan at all. The small golden lake between his eyebrows shone brightly, and his powerful divine sense could scan the surroundings. Everything was recorded in his mind. What is this place? He was shocked. At the bottom of the lake, he saw countless broken walls and ruins, as well as the ruins of palaces. At this moment, Ji Ziyue suddenly exclaimed, Oh my God, is this a ruin from the ancient desolation era? Plop. Suddenly, a sound came into their ears. Yifan felt the blood in his body boiling again. It was exactly the same as when he saw Zhou Tong. It's this feeling again. Is Zhou Tong here? Yifan was pleasantly surprised. Compared to these remote antiquity families, a classmate from the same place was more reliable. What are you laughing at? Seeing Yifan laughing, Jizue suddenly had a bad feeling. However, she soon saw a figure swimming towards her. When she saw clearly, she panicked. You? Why are you here? What happened to my brother? She recognized that the person in front of her was the one who had fought with her brother before. If he was here, then where was her brother? Zhou Tong looked at Jizue and laughed. Your brother lost to me and was killed by me. Humph, you two little thieves are full of nonsense. Jizue quickly calmed down after the initial shock. Her watery eyes widened as she said, My brother has the void mirror. Even a young great emperor is no match for him. You think you could defeat him? Zhou Tong, what was the result of your battle with Ji Haoyue? Yifan was also curious about the result of the battle. Following the group of demons, Yifan had heard more than once about how powerful and talented Ji Haoyue was. Now, there was a classmate who could fight with him. Even if Ji Haoyue lost, he could still be proud. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, Although I've been suppressing Ji Haoyue, to be precise, there's no result. I don't know if he has any trump cards that he hasn't used yet. However, the result is not bad. At least I forced Ji Haoyue to use the void mirror. Zhou Tong didn't use his full strength in this battle. At least, he hadn't used his strongest grass symbol sword technique, the Lightning Emperor's treasured art, and the Immortal Phoenix treasured art, which were second only to the grass symbol sword technique. He also didn't use the ultimate godly form of the mighty body. He didn't use the domineering bell or even the diamond carving. Zhou Tong estimated that his combat strength should be at the 7th limit. Ji Haoyue was about the 5th limit. When he broke through at the end, he should have reached the 6th limit. Bullsh asterisk T. Jizue was unhappy. Zhou Tong ignored her and looked at Yifan. Yifan, I believe you've already felt that there's a conflict between our constitutions. As long as we face each other, our blood will boil. Yifan nodded, but then he was puzzled. But that shouldn't be. We're not enemies. Could it be that there's a conflict between our constitutions? I'm afraid that in the whole world, other than our constitutions, it's hard to find another constitution that can oppose each other. Zhou Tong said, Since ancient times, the sacred body of the ancients has had a great enemy, and that is the mighty body of the heavens, which is also the name of my constitution. Your saint blood and my tyrant blood are natural opposites. Zhou Tong continued, In this world, there are countless constitutions, but there are only a few supreme ones. Excluding the chaotic body, the innate sacred body, the Taoist embryo, the pure-blooded true dragon, and the pure-blooded immortal phoenix, the next strongest ones are your sacred body of the ancients and my mighty body of the heavens. Mighty body of the heavens. Yifan couldn't calm down. Just muttering the name in his heart made him feel like his blood was boiling. It was as if there was a power in his blood that kept urging him to rush forward and fight. Although the heart of invincibility is the most important thing on the path of proving the way. But in the early stages of cultivation, ancient scriptures, secret skills, and constitutions are the most important things. With our constitutions, in the early stages of cultivation, as long as the ancient scriptures and secret skills that we cultivate can keep up, no one will be our match unless the Emperor's child revives, the chaotic body, or the innate sacred body of the Taoist embryo reappears. At the end of his speech, Zhou Tong looked at Jizue, which answered her previous doubts. Ji Haoyue was definitely not his match at the moment. The huge gap between their innate constitutions was not something that could be easily made up in such a short time. Chapter 73. Since our constitutions are at odds, why don't you get rid of me now? Yifan was a little puzzled. After entering the world of cultivators, he understood that the world of cultivators was far crueler than that of mortals. Even if a conflict broke out between mortals, it was usually just a matter of money loss. However, in the world of cultivators, once a conflict broke out, it was a matter of life and death. The fact that our constitutions are at odds only means that the sacred body of the ancients and the tyrant body of the firmament have fought countless times throughout history. Zhou Tong said faintly, "But you are the first-generation sacred body of the ancients, and I am the first-generation tyrant body of the firmament. What does our affairs have to do with those ancestors who have been dead for countless years?" In history, the sacred body of the ancients and the tyrant body of the firmament were mortal enemies, but it doesn't mean that we are mortal enemies as well. Zhou Tong said softly, "Before we awakened our constitutions, we were friends for many years. I'm not a heartless person. The battle for the Emperor's Road is actually a battle of thousands of troops crossing a single log bridge. There is no right or wrong, only victory and defeat. If you can embark on that path in the future, maybe we will have a battle, but I will never bully you with my higher level. If I win the battle in the future, I won't make things difficult for you." Zhou Tong said at last. Zhou Tong was very frank with his words and did not hide anything. From the original work, it was known that Yi Fan was very strong. However, if he feared him because of the original work, how could he prove his path? The path of proving one's path was not only to prove one's path to the world, but also to understand one's own path from the heart. Heaven, earth, body, heart, path, and law. Only when these six were united could one be considered as proving one's path, and only then could one have the possibility of proving one's path. Knowing Yi Fan's possible future achievements and seeing him as an opponent, one had to fight tenaciously, comprehend in the collision, sublimate in the battle, and gain confidence from success. Only then could one succeed in proving one's path in this life. Therefore, Zhou Tong was not afraid, and he did not need to be afraid. In the future, whether Yi Fan was his friend or foe, he did not need to be afraid, and he did not need to use underhanded methods to deal with him. If he used such underhanded methods, it would not only be a negation of his many efforts, but also a stain on his heart of proving one's path. Of course, plots and machinations were a different story. Yi Fan also revealed a hint of surprise, but he immediately said boldly, "All right, if I can step onto the Emperor's Road in the future, I won't make things difficult for you if I win a battle at the same level." Jizia looked at the two of them and felt anxious. Tyrant body of the heavens. What kind of physique is this? Jizia was puzzled. It seems that my brother really has an enemy. This person's physique and aura are both extraordinary. But then again, how did you know we were here? Yi Fan suddenly asked. Zhou Tong casually pointed his finger. Immediately, strands of Dao runes appeared on the corner of Yi Fan's clothes. "When we met previously, I left some Dao patterns on your body," Zhou Tong said. "I see." Yi Fan nodded. However, at this moment, a huge bronze palace suddenly appeared in front of them. This bronze palace was incomparably majestic, almost comparable to a small city, and had a majestic aura. Moreover, compared to the dilapidated walls in the lake, this bronze palace was extremely intact. There was even green copper rust on it, which made it look simple and majestic with a sense of desolation. At this moment, Jizue suddenly screamed. She pointed at some corpses not far away with a trembling hand. Those are wax corpses from the primordial age. Normally, we can't even see one. Why are there so many of them here? Isn't it normal to have these corpses? Take a look and see what that is." Zhou Tong pointed at the bronze palace in front of them and said lightly. When she saw the bronze palace that Zhou Tong was pointing at, her face turned pale. "Bronze Immortal Palace. How is this possible? It really exists? Let's go. Let's get out of here quickly. Otherwise, we won't even know how we died." Jizue looked terrified. "It's too late," Zhou Tong said softly. While they were talking, there seemed to be a layer of clouds floating above the lake. However, an extremely heavy force instantly pressed down on the three of them, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. "What is that?" Yi Fan was also shocked. Zhou Tong was much more serious. He looked at the sky and said in his heart, It's the Xianhuang Mother Qi. It seems that Ruthless has already noticed Yi Fan's arrival and ordered the Xianhuang Mother Qi to seal the path and not let him leave for the time being. On the other side, Jiziyue was also constantly explaining to Yi Fan about the strangeness and danger of this bronze immortal palace. However, at this moment, a huge force suddenly acted on the three of them. The terrifying force was almost unstoppable. It instantly pulled the three of them into the bronze immortal palace. Bang! The three of them landed heavily. At this moment, they were already in the bronze immortal palace. There was an endless emptiness inside, and there was an indescribable silence. The place was murky, and the scenery was blurry. They couldn't find any palace doors. It was as if they had arrived at a barren desert. It was like the end of the world. The entire bronze immortal palace was shrouded in a faint mist. It was as if they had arrived at the beginning of the world. Ah, what did I touch? Jiziyue's face turned pale. She was startled by what she saw. Zhou Tong glanced over and saw a skeleton being touched by Jiziyue in a panic. It then turned into ashes. He said indifferently, "You're a descendant of the Ji family. How can you be so timid? If the Void Emperor knew that his descendant was like this, I wonder if he would come back to life from anger. You're brave? You're still going to die here." Jiziyue was unconvinced and started to argue with Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong didn't bother with her and walked forward with Yi Fan. Along the way, they saw countless skeletons. These skeletons were either from thousands of years ago or tens of thousands of years ago, especially those who had left their names behind. They were all peerless powerhouses recorded in history. Countless powerhouses died here. Yi Fan was shocked. Jiziyue's face was also pale. "If we die here, won't there be nothing left of us? I don't want to be trapped here." Yi Fan's heart sank. However, the bronze immortal palace seemed to have heard Yi Fan's prayer. Suddenly, the entire bronze immortal palace shook at the same time. A terrifying force collided like a falling star. The enormous pressure was suffocating. The bronze immortal palace was blurry. It was as if there was a chaotic airflow, surging and rolling, rushing toward the three of them. This time, Zhou Tong was shocked. This was definitely an Emperor-level energy wave. He subconsciously moved closer to Yi Fan. Ruthless shouldn't have attacked Yi Fan. However, at this moment, the bronze piece in Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation suddenly flew out and stopped the chaotic airflow. Although the bronze piece is a fragment of the immortal cauldron, it stopped the chaotic airflow without anyone controlling it. Seeing this, Zhou Tong was speechless. Ruthless is reminding you that this bronze piece is not to be underestimated. You have to rely on it to get out. I envy Yi Fan. Why don't I have a sister like her? Zhou Tong sighed in his heart. However, at this moment, the three of them realized that they were no longer where they were before. It was as if the chaotic airflow had just moved them to another place. In front of them, there were two doors. Beside the doors, there were also dozens of skeletons. These skeletons were different from the ones before. They were glowing and didn't turn to dust. Yi Fan boldly walked up to the skeletons and knocked on them. The skeletons immediately made a clanging sound like metal. To be able to maintain such strength after such a long time, they must be sage skeletons, Zhou Tong said in his heart. And they're not ordinary sage skeletons. They're at least great sage skeletons. It's a pity that these skeletons died here. They're not Dao skeletons left behind by Dao assimilation cultivators. Moreover, the Dao patterns and spiritual qi in the skeletons have also been lost over the past few months. They're useless. Chapter 74. Passing by the skeletons, the three of them soon arrived at the two doors. The two doors were shaped like the yin-yang fish. In Tai Chi, the door on the left was a black yin fish, and the door on the right was a white yang fish. They both looked like irregular crescent moons. Tai Chi, Yi Fan subconsciously looked at Zhou Tong. The extreme of death is life, and the extreme of life is death. Zhou Tong said softly. At first, Yi Fan was still pondering over the meaning of Zhou Tong's words. However, he soon saw a bold, ancient word on the pitch-black Een fish door, death. And the white Yang fish door on the other side also had a word, life. The words life and death both contained terrifying Taoist rhymes. The word death had a bloody aura, and the word life had a peaceful aura. At this moment, the three of them had no choice but to move forward. Jizue's eyes narrowed into crescents. She was a little uneasy. Hey, what are you two thinking? What's there to hesitate about? Of course, we'll choose the life door. Who would choose death? I haven't become an immortal yet. I don't want to die. Yifan pondered for a while and said, Zhou Tong is right. Extreme Yang begets Een, extreme Een begets Yang. Een and Yang go against each other, and life and death exchange. As he spoke, he pointed at the death door and said, This is the real life door. Jizue opened her mouth and exclaimed, What are you two talking about? The younger generation of the Ji family is not good enough. Zhou Tong glanced at Jizue and said lightly, Ignore her. Let's go first. If she wants to choose the life door, let her choose. Zhou Tong said as he walked towards the death door with Yifan. Jizue had been sealed by Yifan. She did not dare to say anything. She immediately gritted her teeth and followed the two into the death door. Buzz. The moment the three of them entered the death door, the Een and Yang Qi in the Een fish door circulated and emitted the most terrifying chaotic qi. This was the Bronze Immortal Palace's ability to filter the people who entered this place. However, with Yifan by his side, the originally extremely dangerous primal chaos energy was now safe. His bronze piece appeared once again, causing the Een and Yang Qi to disappear. What kind of treasure is this? Jizue was very surprised. Her bright eyes sparkled with a strange light. However, Yifan did not answer her at all. After the bronze piece returned to his body, he continued to walk forward. Zhou Tong also ignored Jizue and followed Yifan into the gate of death. Tap, tap, tap. Their footsteps echoed on this quiet road. Only the sound of their footsteps could be heard. After walking for a full hour, the three of them finally reached the end. Een and Yang Qi swirled in front of him. It was still an empty hall, and there were also a few glistening skeletons on the ground. At the same time, a huge immortal character was carved on the wall, exuding an indescribable charm. This character was completely written with blood, and it was branded into the bronze. Although countless years had passed, the bloodstains were still fresh and did not dry at all. Bright bloody light shone in all directions. It looked very evil. Immortal should be incomparably holy. How could it be blasphemed with blood? Could it be the blood of a mortal? Yifan and Jizue had the same thought at the same time. However, Zhou Tong looked at the immortal character and thought to himself, this immortal character was undoubtedly carved with ruthless blood. Of course, she was not carving it for fun. She was using her own blood to refine the Bronze Immortal Palace. The Bronze Immortal Palace was not something created by Ruthless. The history of this thing could be traced back to an organization during the chaotic antiquity era called the Immortal Palace. If it was even earlier, it could be traced back to the Immortal Era. Ruthless had been using her own blood to refine the Bronze Immortal Palace for hundreds of thousands of years. That was why she could easily absorb the essence of the Bronze Immortal Palace and refine it into her mask and ring. However, at this time, an extremely mysterious aura was emitted from the immortal blood. In an instant, the three of them were a bit dazed, as if they had touched upon some kind of great Tao between heaven and earth. Name, the mother of all things. Heaven and earth have a form and a place. Yin and Yang have hardness and softness. They combine to nourish all things and create life. Nameless, the beginning of heaven and earth. Formless and formless, it comes from the void. It is endless, like a strand of gossamer. It can't be seen, but it will never wither. The beginning of heaven and earth, the foundation of Tao. In a daze, a voice kept echoing, as if tempting the three of them to move forward and explore the root of heaven and earth, opening the door to all wonders. This was a kind of temptation. All cultivators cultivated for the sake of the word immortal. However, at this moment, the three of them felt that the hope of becoming an immortal was right in front of them. As long as they moved forward, they would be able to touch it. Zhou Tong quickly woke up. His reincarnation mirror flashed with a faint light, and he escaped from the Tao rhythm. However, at the same time, he heard the voice of the scripture from the immortal blood. I didn't expect that even I would be tempted. Zhou Tong was shocked beyond words. Then, he looked at his reincarnation mirror and saw that the surface of the mirror was emitting a faint light, illuminating his primordial spirit and preventing him from being immersed. However, even if he was not immersed, Zhou Tong seemed to hear a scripture echoing in his ears. At first, he only felt that this scripture was mysterious and unfathomable. It was not inferior to any scripture of the great emperors. However, as he listened, he understood what this scripture was. The indestructible heaven art. There's no mistake, it's definitely the indestructible heaven art. I obtained a part of the scripture from the divine obsession of the phenomenal success, holy physique, and it matches this part of the scripture. Moreover, the scripture formed by the Tao rhythm from the blood of the great Emperor Ruthless. If it's not the indestructible heaven art, what else can it be? The great Emperor Ruthless had lived for at least 4 lifetimes. In his first life, he confirmed his Tao and created the demonic heaven-devouring art. In his second life, he created the indestructible heaven art. From the demonic body cultivated by the demonic heaven-devouring art, he created a chaotic, divine fetus and cut off the past. In his third life, he relied on the true dragon divine medicine to survive. In his fourth life, he went into seclusion in the bronze immortal palace. Previously, the body of his third life exploded, but in the end, he still lived his fourth life. The blood in front of him was definitely written with the blood that flowed out after the body of the great Emperor Ruthless exploded in his third life. Therefore, the Tao rhythm that was emitted was definitely the indestructible heaven art. Zhou Tong was overjoyed and immediately began to memorize this scripture. The indestructible heaven art scripture was very long and also very complicated. Zhou Tong did his best to memorize it. After a long time, he finally completely memorized the cultivation method of this scripture. After the cultivation method, it was the secret technique. Zhou Tong was intoxicated as he absorbed the inheritance left behind by the great Emperor Ruthless. However, when he only memorized the first secret technique, the Tao rhythm that was emitted from the blood suddenly disappeared. Zhou Tong opened his eyes with a hint of anger on his face. Such a great opportunity was destroyed, just like that. However, when he opened his eyes, he suddenly felt helpless. It turned out that Yi Fan had already escaped from the great Tao and retreated with Ji Ziyue. The great Emperor Ruthless used all his strength to form a blood bond with the bronze immortal palace. However, he did not have any intelligence to guide him, so the scripture on his body was unconsciously revealed. However, it could also be that he deliberately showed some of the scripture to Yi Fan. Zhou Tong's mouth twitched. At this moment, he seemed to have sensed the great Emperor Ruthless intention. However, Yi Fan did not realize that he had only obtained a few words of the scripture. This was the first scripture that he had heard. After that, he was immersed in the great Tao and did not obtain anything. Forget it. It's enough to obtain the complete cultivation method of the indestructible heaven art and a secret technique. Zhou Tong recalled the secret technique that he had learned and was satisfied. 3,000 worlds. This was the only complete secret technique that Zhou Tong had mastered of the great Emperor Ruthless. Chapter 75. I heard the great Tao heavenly melody, but why? Ji Ziyue was still a little confused after she woke up. Yi Fan's heart also shuddered as he felt lucky. If not for his special constitution, he would have died here. Yi Fan looked at Zhou Tong subconsciously. Zhou Tong only took one step forward and stopped. Zhou Tong, didn't you hear the great Tao heavenly melody? Yi Fan asked. I heard it. Zhou Tong nodded. As long as you stay true to yourself, you can stay true to yourself in the great Tao heavenly melody. Unfortunately, if your willpower was just a bit stronger, I would have been able to obtain more scriptures. What? You got a scripture? Ji Ziyue exclaimed in disbelief. She and Yi Fan were about to die, but this companion who came in with them got scripture? What scripture is it? Yi Fan was envious. He needed scriptures the most now. Who knows? Zhou Tong shrugged his shoulders and said, although it's very profound, I've never cultivated such a scripture before. Speaking of which, I don't know if this scripture can be cultivated or not. Buzz. At this moment, the bloody immortal character in front of them vibrated and then split into two, opening a mysterious door. For ancient words appeared. Door of profundity. There's hope to become an immortal. Jizue looked at the door with bright eyes and a face full of joy. I'll leave this opportunity to you. Jizue looked at Zhou Tong and Yi Fan. Zhou Tong chuckled. What cunning girl. You want us to explore the way for you, right? But look, it seems like someone has made a passage there. Maybe we can get out directly. Yi Fan and Jizue looked at the direction Zhou Tong was pointing at and were shocked. Heavens, who has such battle prowess to be able to break through the bronze immortal palace and open up such a path? Jizue exclaimed. The legendary bronze immortal palace was indestructible, like a cage of heaven and earth, impossible to break through. However, this legend seemed to have been broken. Let's go. Zhou Tong looked at the two of them and said, of course, he wouldn't be the first to leave. This was vicious territory, so no matter what, he had to follow Yi Fan. The fishy smell of the lake water assaulted their nostrils. The three of them moved forward quickly. An hour later, the three of them walked along the bumpy copper path and arrived at the roof of the bronze immortal palace. Oh my God, someone actually broke through the bronze immortal palace. Just how strong is this person? Jizue was shocked. This person didn't choose to enter the door of profundity. It seems like he has the same thoughts as us, retreating from the abyss. Jizue's big eyes flashed with a strange light. This is unbelievable. He broke through the legendary bronze immortal palace. If this gets out, the entire eastern wilderness will be shaken. There were dark clouds above the lake, but standing there, they could see that the dark clouds weren't a whole. Some were strong, and some were weak. The three of them immediately flew toward the weakest spot. However, halfway there, they were suddenly pressured again. The huge shadow above them seemed to have a life of its own, cruising past. However, because they could see more clearly this time, the three of them directly flew toward the weakest spot of the shadow. Halfway there, Jizue suddenly exclaimed, oh my God, these dark clouds are Xian Huang Qi. Above them, the shadow was as heavy as a mountain and as heavy as a cloud. It was hazy, as if a strand of mist could crush a mountain. It was so heavy that it was suffocating. Xian Huang represented the essence of heaven, and Xian Huang represented the essence of heaven and earth. Oh my God, so much Xian Huang Qi. So many powerful cultivators have searched for it their entire lives, but they couldn't find even a trace of it. Jizue immediately exclaimed with stars in her eyes. Go and collect it. Use it to refine your weapon. In the future, you'll be able to condense Tao and truth and turn it into an extreme weapon. An extreme weapon must be made by a great emperor. Your Ji family once had a great emperor. Don't you know this? Zhou Tong chuckled. He was also a bit envious of the Xian Huang Qi, but he knew that it was something that ruthless great emperor had left for Yi Fan. The root of the Xian Huang Mother Qi belongs to Yi Fan. Unless Yi Fan gives it away, he can't touch it. However, the normal Xian Huang Qi doesn't have so many restrictions, Zhou Tong thought to himself. Yi Fan eats the meat, and I'll just drink the soup. Hurry up and release the restriction. I have a way to take it away. Jizue was very excited. Rumble. At this moment, the weakest part of the Xian Huang Qi rumbled, and a dazzling light flowed over. Xian Huang Qi was the essence of heaven, and Huang Qi was the marrow of the earth. When they mixed together, there wouldn't be any radiance. However, at this moment, there was a strand of Xian Huang Qi that was especially dazzling. It was many times brighter than the other strands of Xianhuang Qi. The root of the Xianhuang Mother Qi, Zhou Tong exclaimed. The root of the Xianhuang Mother Qi was like the mother of the Xianhuang Qi. As long as there was a root, it could produce an endless amount of Xianhuang Mother Qi. Just like the root of a tree, as long as the root was still there, the tree would have a chance to grow. Ji Ziyue was extremely excited when she saw the root of the Xianhuang Mother Qi. Her face was red as she kept shaking Yi Fan's arm, wanting him to release the restriction and let her go to collect the treasure. At this moment, Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation vibrated. The piece of green copper flew out and entered the Xianhuang Mother Qi. It directly absorbed the dazzling essence and descended. I don't believe that great Emperor Ruthless didn't do it. Zhou Tong was speechless. It was just a fragment of an immortal artifact. How could he steal it himself? Who was he kidding? A complete Emperor weapon wouldn't move if no one activated it. On the other side, Ji Ziyue was also shocked and excited. Give me some. Yi Fan knew that he couldn't control the green copper and immediately took out his cauldron. Crack! There was a cracking sound. The small cauldron that Yi Fan had refined with Daoist patterns could not withstand the power of the Xianhuang Mother Qi. It shattered and turned back into Daoist patterns. At this moment, Zhou Tong also knew that Yi Fan had eaten the biggest piece of meat here. Now, he only needed to drink a little soup. At this thought, Zhou Tong immediately waved his hand, and his 10 heavenly rings appeared. The blazing light illuminated the heaven and earth. It was so bright that no one could open their eyes. What kind of divine power is that? Ji Ziyue exclaimed. She had never seen, heard of, or even heard of such a divine ability. Zhou Tong ignored Ji Ziyue's shock and immediately controlled the 10 heavenly rings. All the doors of the 10 heavenly rings opened. A majestic suction force came from the 10 heavenly rings and acted on the Xianhuang Mother Qi in the sky. Immediately, a very small piece of the Xianhuang Mother Qi was attracted by the 10 heavenly rings. However, most of the Xianhuang Mother Qi still dispersed. Zhou Tong also knew that this was the work of Emperor Ruthless. It was enough for him to get such a small piece of Xianhuang Mother Qi. He couldn't take more. Zhou Tong waved his hand, and the 10 heavenly rings returned to his body. He looked into his 10 heavenly rings and saw that there seemed to be some kind of mysterious power flowing in the 10 heavenly rings. The insides of the 10 heavenly rings seemed to have become more mysterious. A piece of Xianhuang Mother Qi floated in the 10 heavenly rings like a cloud. Although this piece of Xianhuang Mother Qi was only a small part of the endless Xianhuang Mother Qi in the sky, it was enough to make a bell, cauldron, or pagoda. Chapter 76. Splash. As the waves surged, Zhou Tong, Yi Fan, and Ji Ziyue rushed out of the water and finally heaved a sigh of relief. As far as the eye could see, it was a huge lake with boundless blue waves. The lake's green surface was like a piece of emerald jewel adorning the earth. Zhou Tong flew to the shore with the two of them. We're finally out of trouble. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue both heaved a sigh of relief. It could be said that they had survived a disaster. On the shore, old trees towered into the sky. The two of them were completely relaxed. At this time, Zhou Tong was quietly looking at his 10 heavenly hollows. His heart was calm. The amount of Xianhuang Mother Qi that I collected is actually more than the amount of Mother Qi that Yi Fan had. It's enough to refine a treasure that's bigger than Yi Fan's cauldron. Unfortunately, the quality of the two treasures is not on the same level. Zhou Tong felt a little helpless. Zhou Tong's Xianhuang Mother Qi and Yi Fan's Xianhuang Mother Qi were comparable in terms of power. However, the difference between them was that one was the root and the other was the branches and leaves. Yi Fan's cauldron was completely refined with the Xianhuang Mother Qi as the root. As long as the spiritual energy was not scattered, the cauldron would be able to produce endless Xianhuang Mother Qi in the future. It was like a tree root that only needed time and nutrients to grow into a forest. Just like Yi Fan's cauldron, It was only the size of a fist when it was first refined. However, as it grew, the weight and volume of the cauldron increased. This was the result of the continuous reproduction of the mother qi. However, Zhou Tong's small amount of Xianwang mother qi was pure Xianwang mother qi. Although this amount was enough to refine a treasure, it was far inferior to Yi Fan's cauldron. The Xianwang mother qi could not be reproduced endlessly. The amount of Xianwang qi I have collected is still too little. Most importantly, there is no source. If I fuse this Xianwang qi into the bell, although it can increase the power of the bell, the effect will be limited. The more Zhou Tong thought about it, the more helpless he felt. Although this profound yellow source qi could be used to refine a cauldron, pagoda, or bell, compared to the current tyrant bell, it might not be beneficial to add it in rashly, so it was better to leave it for later research. It's better to ignore the heaven and earth qi for now and focus on refining the tyrant bell. Zhou Tong roughly calculated in his mind and roughly understood the value of the black and yellow qi. He also understood that the black and yellow qi did not have much of an effect on him for now. At the same time, on the other side, Ji Ziyue was getting restless. She patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and smiled. Her bright canine teeth and cute dimples appeared at the same time. She said, Hey, we have been through thick and thin together. Let go of me now. Now it's time to share wheel and woe. Quickly share my Xianwang essence. She was really friendly and did not treat herself as an outsider at all. The moment she opened her mouth, she asked Yi Fan for benefits. Yes, it's time to share wheel and woe. Yi Fan also smiled and patted the seat beside him, indicating for Ji Ziyue to sit down. Write down the scriptures of your Ji family for me. Ji Ziyue was shocked, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. You are a robber. Yi Fan also smiled and said, Yes, I am robbing you today. Whatever treasures and scriptures you have, hand them all over. Ji glared at Yi Fan and said, Humph, no treasures, no scriptures. All I have is the life of an immortal. You are a hoodlum, but in your words, I have countless ways to deal with you. Yi Fan also smiled and did not continue to say anything. Instead, he turned his attention to his sea of reincarnation to check the root of the Xianhuang, source qi, and his tripod. In the eyes of his sea of reincarnation, the green copper piece was motionless and surrounded by the Xianhuang essence. The broken tripod floated up and down, once again turning into the most basic Tao pattern and blending with the Xianhuang source qi. If the tripod is broken, I will reforge it. Yi Fan made up his mind and immediately prepared to use his means to completely merge the broken pieces of his tripod with the Xianhuang essence. At this time, Zhou Tong said, Yi Fan, do you know why the sacred body of the ancients is called a useless body? Why is it that the sacred body of the ancients can no longer be cultivated after the desolation era? Upon hearing Zhou Tong's words, Yi Fan, who was preparing to reforge the tripod, suddenly stopped and turned to look at Zhou Tong. Do you know why? Even Ji Ziyue was attracted by Zhou Tong's topic and turned her head curiously. Zhou Tong nodded and said, It is not that the sacred body of the ancients cannot be cultivated, but that it is very difficult to cultivate. But that is only part of the reason. The real horror is the curse on the sacred body of the ancients. Curse? Yi Fan was puzzled. Zhou Tong said faintly, Someone used the Emperor of the Dead's treasure to curse your body. You will suffer when you are in the secret realm of the Holy Ji Palace. At the latest, you will be killed by the curse when you are advancing to the secret realm of the Four Extremes. The Emperor of the Dead's treasure? What is that? Ji Ziyue asked curiously. That is the Emperor of the Dead's supreme treasure, also known as the Heavenly Treasure of the Dead or the Heavenly Treasure of the Dead. This treasure was in the hands of the underworld. They were also the ones who cursed the sacred body of the ancients. Zhou Tong said faintly, It is very difficult to break the curse. Difficult? Does that mean there is a way? How can it be broken? Yi Fan's eyes lit up. Zhou Tong said, There are a few ways to break the curse, such as the blood of the Divine King. The blood of the Divine King? Yi Fan was shocked. Legend has it that the blood of the gods can cleanse all sins, purify the great path, and cut off karma. The Divine King's body is called the Divine King's body because it contains the blood of the gods. As long as you can get the blood of the Divine King, you will have a chance to break the curse. Zhou Tong said softly. You are not going to kill my brother, are you? Ji Ziyu exclaimed. There was finally a trace of fear in her big eyes. Zhou Tong glanced at Ji Ziyu and said, with Ji Haoyue's cultivation, how can he resist the curse of the Emperor of the Dead's treasure? You think too highly of him. What level of Divine King's blood do you need? Is it the Divine King's body of the Great Achievement? Yi Fan asked solemnly. Zhou Tong shook his head and said, not even the Divine King's body of the Great Achievement is qualified. It has to be at least the Divine King's blood that has surpassed the Great Achievement and broken through the barrier of the Divine Region. Although it is called the Divine King's blood, it is actually the Divine King's blood. Once the Divine King uses his own blood to break the curse, he will most likely die. You need a Divine King who has become a Divine King to use his own life to break the curse. Yi Fan was in despair. He could not imagine how he could avoid such a curse. Other than the Divine King's blood, Ji Ziyu asked curiously. She remembered that Zhou Tong had said that there were a few ways to break the curse. Yi Fan was soon hopeful. He looked at Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong said, the immortal magic herb. As long as you can find the immortal magic herb, you may be able to use the divine medicine of the immortal magic herb and the Great Path's precepts to neutralize the power of the curse. However, this method may not work. It's best to prepare 2 ripe fruits to have a slight chance of success. Zhou Tong remembered that the Divine Body's curse was not for killing people. It was for destroying the Tao Foundation. In other words, without help, Yi Fan would not die. However, all his cultivation would be gone, and he might not be able to cultivate in the future. The immortal elixir might be something that could neutralize the curse, but this had not been verified. What Zhou Tong said was only his own conjecture, and his tone was very uncertain. It's difficult, Ji Ziyu said. The immortal magic herb has always been under the control of the great emperor. No one has ever heard of it in other places. A few years ago, when someone was gambling on stones in the holy city, he cut out 2 immortal divine herbs. However, that person was too cunning. He ran away as soon as he found the immortal magic herb. All the sacred grounds have been looking for him for many years, but could not find him. The 2 stalks of immortal divine herbs will be left unsettled. Ji Ziyu gritted her teeth when she talked about the person who found the 2 immortal magic herbs. The Ji family must have spent a lot of time and effort searching for him, but it was all to no avail. Chapter 77. As long as I can find that person, there might still be hope. Yi Fan's heart was rekindled with hope. Zhou Tong dealt a blow without the slightest mercy. Those 2 stalks of undying divine medicines, you'd better forget about it. One of them is damaged with only its roots left. It will need at least thousands of years of nourishment from the holy spring to recover. The other divine medicine is just a seed. It will take at least 3,000 to 4,000 years for it to bear fruit. If you just have the seed, it's probably useless. So, the 2 immortal magic herbs in the sacred city are useless to you. Unless you can wait 3,000 to 4,000 years for the 2 immortal magic herbs to bloom and bear fruit. 3,000 to 4,000 years. The hope in Yi Fan's heart was extinguished once again. Of course, there are more ways than just the blood of the God King and the immortal magic herbs. Zhou Tong chuckled. In fact, as long as you can find a great emperor to help you, the curse will be easily broken. Emperor Qing has been dead for tens of thousands of years. Where did the great emperor come from? Ji Ziyu was speechless. Each of these methods was more difficult and unreliable than the last. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan, who was in despair, and said, in fact, there is one last way, and that is the life forbidden zone. As long as you hide in the life forbidden zone, the curse will most likely not be able to do anything to you. Can I really avoid the curse in the life forbidden zone? Yi Fan's eyes lit up. It was hard to say about the other forbidden zones, but he had been to the ancient desolate forbidden zone several times and was very familiar with it. Although it was full of danger, it was definitely not a dead end. There was still hope. Zhou Tong nodded heavily. If even the life forbidden zone can avoid the curse, then your curse will most likely be unbreakable. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan, his heart full of curiosity. Ruthless the great emperor valued Yi Fan so much. It was impossible that she did not know about the curse of the sacred body of the ancients. If that was the case, did Ruthless have any way to help Yi Fan break the curse? The original novel did not mention it, because the original novel did not even need Vicious Emperor to make a move. The curse was cleansed by Jiang Taishu with the blood of the God King. But now, Jiang Taishu no longer had a reason to help Yi Fan. Besides Jiang Taishu, who else in the Big Dipper had the godly king physique? This is a good opportunity. This is a good opportunity to test out Vicious Trump card. Zhou Tong was also very curious. He wanted to see what Ruthless had left behind to protect Yi Fan. Thinking of this, Zhou Tong was a little excited. He used his weak body to test the Great Emperor's methods, and the Great Emperor didn't even know about it. I understand. Thank you, Zhou Tong. Yi Fan took a deep breath and finally said. Yi Fan was filled with hope for the future after he learned the reason why he was unable to cultivate due to his constitution, as well as some solutions. As long as he could pass that stage, he would no longer have the ancient waste physique, but the real, sacred body of the ancients. Zhou Tong glanced at Yi Fan and said faintly, "Don't be happy too early. Is there something wrong with the sacred body of the ancients?" Yi Fan became nervous again. The stronger the constitution, the more terrifying the resources used in the process of cultivation. Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and said faintly, "I believe you have some understanding of it yourself." Yi Fan nodded. Only he knew how many resources he had used to cultivate to his current level. That was 100 times more resources than others. Zhou Tong also knew that the stronger the constitution, the more terrifying the resources used. The two sons of the immortal emperor had sucked dry the creation spring before they were born. The power contained in each creation spring was not weaker than the so-called millions of caddies of origin. In fact, it was countless times stronger. The birth of the innate, sacred body of Taoist fetus had even begun to swallow the spiritual qi of an entire ancient planet. Compared to these constitutions, the consumption of the sacred body and the mighty body was much lower. Zhou Tong continued, "You are still in the secret realm of the sea of reincarnation. The resources used for cultivation are probably only 100 times more than ordinary people. When you reach the secret realm of the Tao Palace, you will know how many resources this constitution requires." How many resources? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. The first heaven of the Tao Palace requires at least 50 caddies of origin. The second heaven requires at least 500 caddies of origin. The third heaven requires at least 10,000 caddies of origin. The fourth heaven requires at least 100,000 caddies of origin. And the fifth heaven requires at least 1,000,000 caddies of origin. If you want to break through the secret realm of the Tao Palace, you will need at least millions of caddies of origin. Zhou Tong said softly. "That's a lot." Jiziyu exclaimed. Yi Fan was also shocked. He had been hunted down by the Jiang family for so long because of a small piece of origin. How would he get the hundreds of caddies, thousands of caddies, and even millions of caddies of origin? Hey, that's not right. At this time, Jiziyu looked at Zhou Tong with a hint of surprise. Since it requires so many resources, how did you break through the secret realm of the Tao Palace? Did you get millions of caddies of origin? I have my own methods. Zhou Tong said calmly. There are many things that you don't know. Then, Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and continued, millions of caddies of origin may seem like a lot, but it is nothing to the clan of the ancients. Yi Fan, if you want to get millions of caddies of origin, the easiest way is to join a clan of the ancients and get their full support. That's right. Jiziyu immediately smiled and looked at Yi Fan proudly. Why don't you let me go? I can recommend you to join the Ji family. If you perform well, you may even get the scripture of the void from the Ji family. millions of caddies of origin. Yi Fan was silent for a while and then said, if the G family can really provide millions of caddies of origin to me, I don't mind joining. But I don't think you are qualified to make the decision about millions of caddies of origin. Yi Fan looked at Ji Ziyue with disdain and continued, besides, a clan of the ancients like the Ji family has no reason to throw such a large amount of resources at me for no reason. The Ji family may not be united internally. Before Yi Fan came to the cultivation world, he was a successful person in society. So, he knew very well that such a big family was actually similar to a big company. There must be a lot of unscrupulous things going on. Even if it was something that the big boss bought, there would be many little guys who would try their best to stop it. Unless the big boss of the G family was there to protect him, it would be useless even if he joined the G family. The G family is now focusing on cultivating that godly body. It is useless for you to join them now. Zhou Tong interrupted. If you really want to join the Ji family, I can help you. Next time, I will kill Ji Haoyue directly. Then, it will be useful for you to join the Ji family. Otherwise, how can an outsider like you compete with the genius godly body of the Ji family for resources? You? Ji Ziyue looked at Yi Fan and Zhou Tong in disbelief. How unscrupulous! The two of them actually dared to openly discuss killing her brother in front of her, and then sneak into the Ji family's shady business. Chapter 78. Looking at Ji Ziyue's expression, Yi Fan smiled. It was just a joke. Even if Ji Haoyue was really dead, Yi Fan would not join the Ji family. He had too many secrets. But soon, he fell silent again and sighed. How can I get 5 million caddies of source? Not just 5 million caddies. If it's only 5 million caddies of source, you won't be able to break into the 4 extreme secret realms. Zhou Tong said lightly. To be safe, you'll need at least 15 million caddies of source for your next cultivation. Even I can't afford this amount right now. As Zhou Tong spoke, he shook his head. Ever since I entered the cultivation world, I've either gone to the forbidden areas to search for treasures or to auction materials. The amount of origin I've earned is about 20 million gene, but now I've spent almost all of it. He had spent almost 12 million caddies of source for his own cultivation. Previously, he had spent 5 million caddies of source to buy the dragon marrow in the auction house of the Alcade Treasure Hall. In addition to some miscellaneous consumption, the source energy on Zhou Tong's body was only around 5 million gene. Yi Fan was also a little helpless. He looked at the lake quietly and was not in the mood to refine his cauldron. But at this time, Zhou Tong looked at Yi Fan and said, Yi Fan, the scripture you cultivated in the secret realm of reincarnation, wasn't it the one I gave you? It seems that you're quite lucky. Yi Fan, you little brat, you have 2 scriptures of the secret realm of reincarnation? Ji Ziyue was interested again and looked at Yi Fan in surprise. Even the disciples of the remote antiquity families, who had a deep foundation, would not be allowed to touch other scriptures in the secret realm of reincarnation. She did not expect that Yi Fan, a rogue cultivator, would have other scriptures. Yi Fan did not hide and said directly, Thank you for the scripture you gave me, but I feel that it's not very suitable for me. It's not that it's not suitable, but that you found an even more powerful scripture. Zhou Tong laughed and said, I am giving you the feather transformation scripture passed down by the feather transformation emperor. It is not any weaker than the Ji clan's void scripture. For you to be able to give up the feather transformation scripture so decisively, could it be that your reincarnation sea mystic realm is cultivating the Tao scripture? You actually know? Yi Fan also looked at Zhou Tong in shock. In the cultivation of the sea of reincarnation mystic realm, the Tao scripture is publicly acknowledged as the strongest. You have even given up on the Feather Transformation Sutra. Apart from the Tao scripture, is there any other possibility? Zhou Tong said indifferently. Yi Fan was curious and asked, the Tao scripture's sea of reincarnation scroll is publicly acknowledged as the strongest? Doesn't that mean that there are strong and weak great emperor scriptures? Yifan was still a rookie who had just entered the cultivation world. He wanted to know everything. Zhou Tong said, generally speaking, there is no difference in strength between a complete emperor scripture. Even if there is a difference in strength, it is not something that we can detect. It's just that every great emperor specializes in a different direction. For example, the Ji clan's Void Emperor passed down the Void Scripture, which is the strongest in the Great Tao of Space. For example, the Jade Lake West Emperor's West Emperor Scripture is the strongest in the cultivation of the Tao Palace Mystic Realm. For example, the Jiang clan's Eternal Universe Emperor created the Eternal Universe Scripture, which is the strongest in the cultivation of the four extreme mystic realms. For example, the Wuxi Heavenly Emperor created the Wuxi Scripture, which is the strongest in the Great Tao of Time. In any case, every great emperor has their own unique aspect. Some are the strongest in the cultivation of certain mystic realms, while some are the strongest in the mystic arts they created. For example, the 9 esoteric lords of the mythological era created the 9 esoteric lords, which reached the pinnacle in each of the 9 domains. No one can surpass them. If I gather all the strongest emperor scriptures, can I become the strongest? Yifan couldn't help but murmur. Zhou Tong said, then you need to cultivate the Tao scripture in the Sea of Reincarnation mystic realm, the West Emperor scripture in the Tao Palace mystic realm, the Eternal Universe scripture in the 4 extreme mystic realms, the Tai Huang scripture in the Dragon Transformation mystic realm, and the Taiyin scripture or the Taiyang scripture in the Immortal Foundation mystic realm. How about this, Yifan? Lend me your Tao scripture, and I can give you the strongest scripture. The strongest for the strongest. What do you think? Zhou Tong said after pondering for a while. Really? Yifan was a little surprised. What he lacked now was scriptures. Ji Ziyue was a little shocked. Do you have the West Emperor scripture? No, Jade Lake only accepts female disciples. Could it be the Eternal Universe scripture or the Tai Huang scripture? That can't be right either. Those are the secret scriptures of the Jiang family and the Xia dynasty. Do you have the Taiyin scripture or the Taiyang scripture? Zhou Tong still ignored Ji Ziyue. Instead, he sent a message to Yifan. Remember, this scripture is very important. It's the secret scripture of the Jiang family of the ancients. After I got it, I didn't tell anyone. You should be careful too. Don't tell anyone. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you if you get hunted down by the Jiang family. With that, Zhou Tong passed the 4 extreme mystic realm scripture to Yifan. Although this was not the scripture of the Tao Palace mystic realm that he wanted the most, Yifan still tried his best to memorize it. After he broke the curse in the future, it would definitely be useful. After Yifan started cultivating, his memory was much better than before. He only needed to read it once to memorize the scripture of the 4 extreme mystic realms. After memorizing it, Yifan grabbed it with his right hand. A golden piece of paper appeared in his palm. He quickly passed this piece of paper to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong took this piece of paper and studied it carefully. The Tao scripture was indeed the strongest scripture in the Sea of Reincarnation mystic realm. As he comprehended it, Zhou Tong suddenly felt as if he had opened up a new world. The mysteries of the Sea of Reincarnation mystic realm seemed to be further revealed in front of him. I see. This is the mystery of the Sea of Reincarnation. It's even more complete than the feather conversion scripture. Zhou Tong thought to himself. At the same time, his sea of sufferings started to expand. Although he had already used up most of the doors that he had forcefully opened, there were still some doors that were not within the scope of the feather conversion scripture. However, at this moment, as he studied the Tao scripture, Zhou Tong gradually started to make use of these doors that he had not been able to use. These doors started to be arranged according to the Tao scripture. It didn't take long for Zhou Tong's cultivation session to come to an end. He looked into his sea of bitterness. The surface area of the sea of sufferings has increased by 1%. Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, Zhou Tong also understood that this 1% increase was very difficult to make use of. If it was said that the portion of the sea of bitterness that had been integrated by the feather conversion scripture was like a surging river once its power was extracted, then this 1% of the sea of bitterness could only be like a faucet, flowing slowly. After all, this was only using the areas that the feather conversion scripture could not cultivate to cultivate the Tao scripture. These doors are not connected at all. Moreover, it was very difficult to connect with the sea of sufferings cultivated by the feather conversion scripture. It was like countless floating islands in the sea. They were not connected and could not be integrated into the sea. However, it doesn't matter. Anyway, these are the doors that I could not use previously. Now that I can use these doors from being unable to use to using them with difficulty, it is already a huge breakthrough. Zhou Tong thought to himself. However, it's a pity that I can only see the doors in the sea of reincarnation clearly because of the 10 Paradises divine ring. I can't see the other secret realms. Otherwise, I can look for the Western Emperor scripture or something. Maybe my Tao Palace secret realms can be strengthened quickly. If he could see the doors in his body directly, he would be able to cultivate at an extremely fast speed. However, if he could not see the doors directly, he would need to comprehend them bit by bit and cultivate slowly. The final result of the two was similar. The only difference was the time spent. Chapter 79. Just as Zhou Tong finished his cultivation, Yi Fan had also successfully comprehended the eternal universe scripture that Zhou Tong had taught him. It's a pity I still lack the scripture of the Tao Palace's mystic realm. Yi Fan sighed. Even if he had the scripture of the 4 extreme mystic realms, it was useless. He could not skip the Tao Palace's mystic realm to cultivate the 4 extreme mystic realms. Yi Fan, if you give me a strand of your black-yellow mother energy root, I can provide you with the resources to cultivate to the 5th level of the Tao Palace's mystic realm. Zhou Tong said calmly. Zhou Tong did not want much. He only needed a strand of the root. Just a strand was enough. It was about 100,000th of Yi Fan's black-yellow mother energy root. Didn't you say that you don't have much resources left? Yi Fan looked at Zhou Tong in shock. Not much, but that's relative to my peak assets. Zhou Tong chuckled. A mere 1 or 2 million gene of source energy, I can still casually take it out. But I'm afraid I can't do that for 10 million caddies of origin source. Yi Fan, I'll give you a way out. You can try to sell your Tao scripture. Although it's only the scripture of the reincarnation mystic realm, it's still easy to exchange for 10 to 20 million caddies of origin source. I think even the Ji family would be willing to exchange for it. Zhou Tong said as he looked at Ji Ziyue. However, Ji Ziyue did not dare to say anything. Although she was born in the Ji family and was raised like a princess, she had no say in the family's matters. Moreover, her cultivation level was low, and she could not come into contact with the trading of the great emperor scripture. I understand. Yi Fan finally nodded. If he was really at his wit's end, he had no choice but to use the Tao scripture to exchange for resources. But the root of the profound yellow mother aura, I believe you can also see that I can't control it. Yi Fan then looked at Zhou Tong, revealing a trace of helplessness. It's all thanks to that green copper block. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the mysterious yellow mother aura root. It's fine. I'll teach you a method of controlling tools. As long as you learn a little bit of it, you'll be able to control the root of the mysterious yellow mother chi. Zhou Tong did not say much and casually passed on a method of controlling tools to Yi Fan. Compared to the Xian Huang source chi root, what did a mere artifact controlling method count as? Moreover, Zhou Tong did not want much of it. With such a thick, mysterious yellow mother chi root, he only needed a strand of it. The most important thing about the mysterious yellow mother chi was that root. As long as he had that strand of root, he only needed a certain amount of time and resources to cultivate, and he could get a lot of mysterious yellow mother chi. Even that root might grow. After passing on this method of controlling tools, Yi Fan slightly comprehended it, and suddenly found that the mysterious yellow mother chi, which was originally difficult to control, could be slightly controlled. What a powerful secret method. As long as I continue to practice, I will definitely be able to completely control the mysterious yellow mother chi root. Yi Fan was pleasantly surprised. Soon, He controlled the mysterious yellow mother chi root and directly cut off a small section of it. So much. Didn't I say that only a strand is enough? Zhou Tong looked at the strand of mysterious yellow mother chi that emitted a dazzling light that appeared beside Yi Fan and was stunned. The complete mysterious yellow mother chi root was also a strand of mysterious yellow mother chi root, which was about the length and thickness of an adult's arm. At first, Zhou Tong only wanted the mysterious yellow mother chi root that was equivalent to a tuft of hair on an arm, which was about 100,000th. But now, Yi Fan cut off the mysterious yellow mother chi root that was equivalent to the thickness of 2 fingers, which was at least 100th. This was many times higher than Zhou Tong's expectations. Damn, Yi Fan is too enthusiastic. So many mysterious yellow mother chi roots. If Emperor Ruthless sees it, will I be slapped to death by her? Zhou Tong was also a little nervous. But soon, Zhou Tong no longer had any concerns. Anyway, this is Yi Fan's gift to me. I didn't snatch it. Moreover, she is still transforming now, so she won't suddenly come to find trouble with me. If she can become an immortal in the future, it's hard to say who is stronger and who is weaker. After thinking it through, Zhou Tong very generously received this section of profound yellow mother chi root. With a thought, Zhou Tong once again displayed his 10 Heavens Divine Ring. Then, the 10 Heavens Divine Ring directly swallowed the mysterious yellow mother chi root. Buzz! As the small piece of Xianhuang source chi entered the 10 Heavenly Paradise Divine Ring, the Xianhuang source chi that flowed through the entire 10 Heavenly Paradise Divine Ring rushed towards the small piece of Xianhuang source chi, like swallows returning to their nest. There was no longer a trace of mysterious yellow mother chi circulating in the 10 Heavens Divine Ring. The space inside the 10 Heavens Divine Ring was restored to its original state, with countless scenes of the immortal realms emerging. At the same time, Zhou Tong could also sense that there was a mysterious yellow mother chi in a corner of the 10 Heavens Divine Ring. Among them, a small section of the source chi root was exuding a brilliant brilliance, while the rest of the mysterious yellow chi was constantly nourishing the small section of the source chi root, as if it was growing stronger. At the same time, the mysterious yellow source chi root was also exuding mysterious yellow chi, strengthening the surrounding mysterious yellow chi. It was a virtuous cycle, as expected of a root. It can really grow. Zhou Tong's face lit up with joy. However, at this rate, I'm afraid it'll take hundreds of thousands of years to cultivate it to the same level as Yi Fan's mysterious yellow mother chi root. Zhou Tong calculated in his heart and suddenly felt helpless. Emperor Ruthless had probably only obtained this small section of the mysterious yellow mother chi root, and then spent hundreds of thousands of years to cultivate it before finally obtaining such a thick mysterious yellow mother chi root. Have you thought about what weapon you're going to refine? At this time, Jiziua looked at Zhou Tong with some envy. Also, what is this halo of yours? Is it a divine ability or a weapon? She had always wanted to obtain such a small section of the mysterious yellow mother chi root, but in the end, it was obtained by the person in front of her. Now that I have the mysterious yellow mother chi root, the next step is to cultivate it and strengthen it. Zhou Tong said softly, I don't plan to use this mysterious yellow mother chi root in the short term, but I'll leave it there to strengthen it. I hope it could go one step further. Compared to other divine metals, the mysterious yellow mother chi root's biggest characteristic was only one thing. It was heavy. The mysterious yellow mother chi root did not have anything like the divine gold esoteric root. Its only characteristic was its heavy point. If the same weapon was made of mysterious yellow mother chi root and divine gold esoteric root, in a head-on collision, the one made of divine gold esoteric root would almost certainly lose. Of course, if the divine gold esoteric root was awakened, it would still have a fighting chance. For example, the phoenix blood esoteric root could be reborn continuously even if it lost in a head-on collision. Let's not think about the mysterious yellow mother chi root anymore. Next, let's study it properly. How do I connect this section between the Tao scripture and the feather transformation scripture? Zhou did not plan to do much, but he naturally began to study his Sea of Reincarnation's secret realm. Zhou was most familiar with his Sea of Reincarnation secret realm. Chapter 80. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Zhou had been quietly cultivating by the lake. Since he could not enter the secret territory of dragon transformation in a short period of time, he had to further strengthen his foundation. He continued to study his Sea of Reincarnation. Crash! In the Sea of Reincarnation, purple waves rose to the sky like a tsunami. There were also flames burning in between. The water and the fire burned fiercely. Every time they collided, Zhou could feel his body trembling and his blood boiling. The hegemonic body of the heavens is indeed extremely powerful. It is different from the sacred body of the ancients. The golden sea of bitterness and the sea of reincarnation of the sacred body of the ancients works together with the lightning in the sky. However, my domineering purple sea of bitterness collides with the flames in the sky. It is like an explosion of gunpowder, bursting with terrifying power. The more he studied the Sea of Reincarnation, the more Zhou understood the scenes in his sea of bitterness. Virum! Zhou suddenly clenched his fist. His purple fist was burning with purple flames, as if it could pierce through the sky. At the same time, a terrifying explosion came from his palm. Then, a gust of wind spread out from his palm, causing huge waves to rise in the lake not far away. Jizue was shocked. Her mouth formed an O shape. Is the dominating body of the heavens really that terrifying? Just by clenching his fist, he has such terrifying power? Ha! You haven't seen the real power of the dominating body yet. Zhou sneered. Then, he sat down and continued to study his Sea of Reincarnation. He could feel that in his Sea of Reincarnation, there were a few different water droplets in the middle of his Sea of Reincarnation. No matter how hard he tried, it was difficult to integrate into the sea. The scriptures I've obtained from the Sea of Reincarnation are Tao Scripture, Purple Sun Scripture, Golden Crow Scripture, Emperor Wave Scripture, Feather Scripture, Sacred Body Scripture, Indestructible Divine Skill, Emperor Scripture, Golden Ancient Scripture, Eternal Universe Scripture, Ancient Chaos Scripture, and Blood Phoenix Scripture. Among them, the Purple Sun Sutra and the Emperor Wave Sutra are only sutras of the Great Sage level. They have very little reference value for the current situation. The Golden Crow Sutra, the Ancient Golden Sutra, and the Blood Phoenix Sutra are all sutras of the alien race. They are not suitable for the human body to cultivate. As for the Tao Sutra and the Feather Transformation Sutra, they are involved. Therefore, the only way to resolve the incompatibility between the Tao Scripture and the Feather Transformation Scripture is to find the answer from the Sacred Body Scripture, the Indestructible Heaven Skill, the Emperor Scripture, the Eternal Universe Scripture, and the Ancient Chaos Scripture. With this thought in mind, Zhou also began to study these few scriptures. And after a few days, the violent heartbeat suddenly woke Zhou up. He saw a huge heart break out of Yifan's Sea of Reincarnation and disappear into the sky. Zhou was speechless. Yifan squeezed Emperor Qing's heart so hard that it could not help but run away. Buzz! After a few more days, Zhou body suddenly burned with a layer of brilliant purple flame. A loud Tao sound came from his Sea of Reincarnation. It was as if all the gods and demons were chanting scriptures. Zhou sensed that a different water droplet in the Sea of Reincarnation had started to dissolve slowly. It was as if it was going to merge with the original sea. I didn't expect that the Tao Scripture and Feather Scripture to be able to help me comprehend Tao Scripture and Feather Scripture is actually a single secret realm cultivation method of the divine body lineage. I didn't expect that this secret technique could be cultivated by me, the hegemonic body of the firmament. Zhou was surprised. However, he also understood that if he cultivated the inheritance of the divine body, its power would be greatly reduced. If the divine body could exert 100 power, he would only be able to exert 20 to 30 power. However, the 20 to 30 power would be enough for him to solve the problem of the incompatibility between Tao scripture and feather scripture. It would allow him to comprehend the two scriptures in the sea of reincarnation. If I had the sacred body of the ancients, I wouldn't be able to comprehend the scriptures. I would be able to comprehend them completely. Zhou Tong felt a little regretful. Why didn't he get the secret technique of the hegemonic body of the firmament? The divine body lineage had its own unique inheritance. Zhou Tong had reason to believe that the hegemonic body lineage must have something similar. If I want to comprehend feather scripture and Tao scripture completely, I still need the inheritance of the hegemonic body lineage. However, I guess I won't be able to see the inheritance of the hegemonic body lineage in the Big Dipper. Zhou Tong felt a little helpless. He then continued to cultivate. Since he had found a way, he could further comprehend the other water droplets in the sea of reincarnation that belonged to the Tao scripture and the sea in the feather scripture. As he cultivated, the purple flame aura on Zhou Tong's body became more and more terrifying. When his entire samsara secret realm became clear once more, the violet flames instantly surged. Even Zhou Tong started to transform. His entire body shone with a resplendent light. Every inch of his flesh and blood shone with a resplendent light. He could still transform? Is the hegemonic body of the firmament really that terrifying? Ji Ziyue was even more shocked. She had already felt the power of Zhou Tong, but this was not the end. At this moment, Zhou Tong suddenly felt that something strange was happening in his sea of reincarnation. It seemed that something was being nurtured. Divine form. Zhou Tong suddenly realized that this must be the divine form. His second divine form was being nurtured. The hegemonic body of the firmament was very strong. It could cultivate many different divine forms. This was something that other physiques could not compare to. However, since there was the word cultivate, it meant that the divine form of the hegemonic body of the firmament could only be slowly formed through one's own cultivation. It was just like the sacred body phenomenon. Although they were both sacred bodies, Yifan's phenomenon was completely different from his disciple Yangshi's. Yifan's vision was the splendid land, the yin-yang diagram of life and death, and the immortal king descends to the ninth heaven. Yangshi's vision was the azure dragon, vermilion bird, Kuan Peng, and many other divine beasts. The reason for the difference was very simple. It was because the two of them had different experiences and cultivation methods, especially when they advanced to the four extreme secret realms. When Yi Fan advanced to the four extreme mystic realms, he used the Tao Comprehension Tea. One of the Tao Comprehension Tea leaves had a diagram that corresponded to his immortal king descending to the nine heavens. The other Tao Comprehension Tea leaves had a diagram of Yin and Yang Tai Chi. There was also a Tao Comprehension Tea leaf with a diagram of mountains and rivers. As for how Yangshi's sacred body vision was formed, no one knew. However, it was most likely related to his ancestors. If Yifan's experience changed, his vision would definitely change as well. It might not be the same vision as in the original work. My second divine form is being nurtured at this time. Zhou Tong felt this divine form, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his heart. What was his second divine form? Although I don't know what the second divine form is, I can add a little something and make it happen myself. In the following period of time, I will mainly cultivate the Qilin Precious technique. Although among the Vicious 10, Zhou Tong had the Lightning Emperor's Precious technique for the longest time. Zhou Tong also understood that compared to the Lightning Emperor, who was slightly more of a mage type of Vicious 10, he was more suited for the Qilin, True Dragon, Heavenly Horn Ant, these type of Vicious 10 with powerful physical bodies. That was why he could only choose the Qilin as his second divine form. Next, I will mainly cultivate the Qilin technique, so I will need an opponent to temper myself. It just so happens that Tai Xian is about to open its gates. After I learn the secret of all, I will directly start the battle. However, before that, I still need to make some preparations. I need to buy some materials. Moreover, Yi Fan is right next to me, so I can try to catch that Dao core and find a chance to make an innate sacred body Dao core. I also need some materials to make some computer accessories and bring them with me. Chapter 81. The Taishan sect was extremely powerful. In this area, other than the Ji family and the Yaoguang Holy Land, no other sect could suppress them. Several days later, Zhou Tong, Yi Fan, and Ji Ziyue appeared at the same time in the mountains where Taishan Mountain was located. That's the Taishan sect. Zhou Tong looked at the mountains and was surprised. The mountains in front of them were majestic and magnificent. This was especially true for the 108 main peaks, which were incomparably beautiful. The first dozen peaks that came into view had cranes flying in the sky, and there were clouds and mist around them. They looked like celestial qi and were very peaceful. Zhou Tong's purpose was to learn the 9 esotericas and to train himself, while Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue's purpose was to avoid trouble. The three of them blended into the group of people who came to find a master and entered the mountain without any accidents. There are 108 main peaks here. Let's go to a remote one that no one cares about. Yi Fan said immediately. I only care about the peak where the 9 esotericas are anyway, Zhou Tong said softly. However, as they walked, Zhou Tong's eyes suddenly lit up. He patted Yi Fan on the shoulder and pointed forward. Yi Fan, look, isn't it your old flame? Li Xiaoman? Old flame? This little kid has an old flame? Ji Ziyue looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. He was just a teenager. How could he have an old flame? Let bygones be bygones. Yi Fan shook his head. He had broken up with Li Xiaoman before coming to Big Dipper, and now he had let go of her. We've known each other for so many years. It's not good to not say hello when we meet. Zhou Tong ignored Yi Fan and called out, Li Xiaoman. He then waved at her. Li Xiaoman suddenly heard someone calling her. She turned around and saw Zhou Tong and Yi Fan. She was very surprised. She walked over and asked curiously, Zhou Tong, why are you with Yi Fan? I just randomly bumped into him. Not long ago, it could be considered a life and death situation. Zhou Tong chuckled. I wonder what happened after you left the forbidden area of remote antiquity. Li Xiaoman shook her head and told him everything that happened later. Basically, it was no different from the original work. They were all assigned to the 6 grotto heavens of the Yin Kingdom to cultivate. Later on, when the Shifter Emperor's tomb opened, some things happened. In the end, many of the students were separated. At this point, Li Xiaoman frowned and suddenly asked, Zhou Tong, did you kill a light-shaking realm disciple? How did you know? Zhou Tong was stunned and looked at her in surprise. Li Xiaoman said, the Yaoguang Holy Land has been looking for a man named Zhao since a few years ago. At first, I was confused as to why that man looked exactly like you. However, some time ago, the wanted poster changed. The one wanted is no longer Zhao Hao, but you Zhou Tong. The Yaoguang Holy Land has no reason to know my real name. Even the Ji clan has no reason to exchange information with a light-shaking realm. Aren't they afraid that Ji Haoyue's Dao heart will be unstable if they put out a wanted poster for the Battle of the Emperor Road? In the last battle, Ji Haoyue was obviously no match for him. He would definitely want to get back at him. If that was the case, the Ji clan would not put out a wanted poster, because if they did so, it would be tantamount to the Ji clan telling Ji Haoyue that he had no hope of getting revenge alone and that he had to rely on the Ji clan. The Ji clan would not do such a brainless thing to attack their own genius. Zhou Tong frowned. When I attacked, I used the name Zhao Hao, unless one of you betrayed me. When he thought of this, Zhou Tong's eyes flashed coldly. Is it Li Chongqing, Lu Yunji, and the others? Zhou Tong's voice became colder and colder. Are they still in the Yin Kingdom's grotto heavens? Or did they go somewhere else? Li Xiaoman sighed and said, it should be them. They have already joined the Wavering Light's Sacred Land. To be able to cultivate in the Wavering Light's Sacred Land from a small sect in a small country. It seems that their talents are not bad. Ji Ziyue said curiously at that moment. She was one of the few people who knew that Zhou Tong was the one who committed the crime. During this period of time, Zhou Tong and Yi Fan had talked about these things when they were chatting. They did not hide these things from her at all, so she had also heard about it. The Sea of Misery was activated by the power of the forbidden land of the remote antiquity. Of course, their talents are not bad. Zhou Tong said, there are almost no mediocre people in this group. It was a famous university on Earth. Were there any idiots who could get into that kind of university? No, they were all very smart. Moreover, their starting point for cultivation was extremely high. The Sea of Misery was activated by the power of the forbidden land of the remote antiquity. It was almost as if Great Emperor Ruthless had personally opened the door to cultivation for them. How could their starting point be low? Most importantly, they came from a civilization that was completely different from the cultivation world. Now, they had suddenly embarked on a different path. This kind of ideological collision between different civilizations and cultures was the easiest way for a cultivator to develop a sense of Tao and understand the path. As long as this group of people did not die along the way, they would definitely not be bad. But, Li Changqing, you guys are really digging your own graves. Zhou Tong said softly. This time, I can't find a reason to let you guys go. Li Xiaoman did not want to continue talking about this issue. Instead, she looked at the two people, especially Yi Fan, and asked, Yi Fan, can you already cultivate? Yi Fan did not want to say anything more to Li Xiaoman, so he remained silent. However, Zhou Tong said lightly, isn't it normal to be able to cultivate? Who told you that he can't cultivate? This is the cultivation world. Everything is possible. Moreover, he has eaten the fruit in the Forbidden Land. If such a person can't cultivate, how can others cultivate? So that's how it is. I was wrong. Li Xiaoman immediately understood that this world was completely different from what she had imagined. The people from the 6 great grotto heavens of the Yin Kingdom had concluded that Yi Fan could not cultivate because they did not have enough experience. Li Xiaoman, since you are ready to enter the Supreme Mystery Sect, I have to warn you. What is it? Avoid the Star Peak. You can choose any of the 108 peaks, but try not to choose the Star Peak. Zhou Tong finally said, I got it. Thank you. Li Xiaoman nodded and thanked him politely. However, it was unknown how sincere she was. Soon, the few of them officially entered the Supreme Mystery Sect with a large group of apprentices. The rules of the Supreme Mystery Sect were very simple. It was a door. As long as one could walk through that door, one would be considered a person with a mortal fate. If one could not enter, it meant that they were not fated. In fact, this was also a very simple kind of investigation, because this door only investigated the Sea of Bitterness. Only those who had activated the Sea of Bitterness could enter. Zhou Tong casually revealed a trace of divine power and easily entered the Supreme Mystery Sect. As for the tens of thousands of apprentices, there were less than a tenth of them left. There were only a few thousand people left. Of course, most of these few thousand people would be eliminated at each mountain peak. In the end, those who could enter the Supreme Mystery Sect were evenly distributed to each mountain peak. There were only about 7 or 8 people on each mountain peak. Soon, Zhou Tong and the other 2 chose the Supreme Mystery Sect's humble peak to advance. This was a very ordinary mountain peak. Moreover, it was very quiet and desolate. There was no one here at all. Although it represents one of the 108 inheritances, this place has been desolate for a long time. There isn't even a disciple guarding the mountain gate. Yi Fan sighed as soon as he entered. However, the moment Zhou Tong stepped into this mountain peak, he felt that there was something wrong with his 5 Dao palaces. What's going on? Is there something wrong with my Dao palace? No, my Dao palace's secret realm cultivates the Emperor's scripture. The 9 secrets were created by the Emperor. Could it be that this scripture can help me directly obtain the secret of all? Zhou Tong's expression did not change, but he was pleasantly surprised in his heart. This also meant that he did not need to wait for the inheritance to open to obtain one of the 9 secrets. Chapter 82. We are only close to the mountain now. Once we enter it, all we need to do is to meditate and learn the 9 esotericas. Zhou Tong understood this and walked up the mountain. Beside him, Jizue was also telling Yi Fan about the 9 esotericas. When the two of them saw Zhou Tong walking up, they hurriedly followed him. At this moment, it was quiet in front of the main peak. Weeds were growing in front of the gate. This place did not look like a celestial mountain at all. Instead, it was a messy mountain. Even the path was covered by thorns. At this moment, a stooped and trembling old man walked out of a dilapidated palace on the mountain and walked down. "Are you here for the test?" The old man's eyes were cloudy. "It's been 500 years, and the inheritance has not appeared. It's almost gone. I don't know how long we have to wait. You might be wasting your time here. We are not afraid. We have all the time in the world to wait." Jizue smiled sweetly and walked up to support the old man. The group walked up and saw that there were many palaces on the 3,000-meter-tall main peak. However, all of them had collapsed. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds. It was simply a wilderness. Right at this moment, a dozen or so streaks of divine light rushed over from nearby, flying towards an extremely dazzling main peak. Li Xiaoman didn't listen to me. Zhou Tong frowned. "But since you asked for it, don't blame me if you die." It was foreseeable that once Li Xiaoman met Hua Yunfei and revealed that she came from the other side of the universe, she would definitely be dragged into the same boat by Hua Yunfei, who yearned for freedom. At that time, they would definitely become enemies. The old man seemed to have noticed their gazes. He immediately suggested, "The main peak in front of us is extremely prosperous. Instead of choosing this peak, you might as well choose the inheritance there. We only care about the inheritance on this peak." Jizue smiled. The old man nodded with a smile. "Good, you are ambitious. Since you chose this peak, you must know that the inheritance on this peak is one of the legendary 9 esotericas. I hope you can gain something from it." The humble peak, just like its name, had no beautiful scenery, no majestic aura, and no spiritual roots. There was nothing special about it. It was just an ordinary peak. However, at this moment, several figures suddenly flew over from the horizon. These people were just passing by, but when they saw that there were people coming to this mountain today, they were curious and immediately flew down. "Greetings, Marshal Uncle Li." These disciples first saluted the old man. At this moment, Yi Fan asked, "Senior, what kind of test do I have to go through before I can stay?" The old man shook his head and said, "There is no need to test. There has been no one here for many years. If you insist on staying, you will all pass." I reckon that these 3 people's aptitudes are absolutely terrible. It's impossible for them to be chosen by the other main peaks. Therefore, they came here to undergo the test. These 3 people are quite clever. They want to use this method to stay, but they don't know that it's useless. Once they choose this mountain, they can't join any other main mountain. For many years, there have always been people who thought they were smart, but in the end, they still left with their tails between their legs. These young disciples discussed quietly and sneered. They were the disciples of the main peak in front of them. The inheritance there was extremely flourishing. Jizue was not convinced and immediately said, "Senior, let's follow the rules." Yi Fan also found this to be an eyesore and immediately wanted to speak up. If the great accomplishment is lacking, there is no harm in it. If the great accomplishment is like a strong force, there are endless uses. If the great is straightforward, then the great is clumsy. If the great is eloquent, then the great is inarticulate. There is no need to lower yourself to their level. Zhou Tong said indifferently. He did not pay attention to these disciples at all. This is the words of the Tao Te Ching. Yi Fan immediately understood what Zhou Tong meant and stopped talking. This guy is really arrogant. Ziyue whispered. She knew very well that the words great accomplishment is lacking and great accomplishment is like a strong force were just words to fool people. Zhou Tong was simply arrogant and did not take these people seriously at all. It was like a person overlooking an ant on the ground. Who would care about an ant on the ground? Zhou Tong saw that the old man in front of him did not continue walking. He did not want to go directly past the master and directly enter the deepest part of the mountain. He found a place and sat down with his legs crossed. Without paying attention to the others, Zhou Tong directly activated the Emperor's Sutra. Suddenly, countless chanting sounds came from his Taoist palace. Then, an inexplicable Taoist rhyme flowed. It was very mysterious. There was no sound, no ripple, only a strange charm that appeared in Zhou Tong's mind. This is the 9 esotericas all. Zhou Tong silently activated this charm in his mind. Suddenly, the other 3 secret skills in his body seemed to be activated and activated together. Out of the 9 esotericas, Do esotericas, all esotericas, group esotericas, Zhou Tong had already obtained 4. The 9 esotericas are indeed one. With each one, I can feel this secret skill getting stronger. Zhou Tong silently activated the 9 esotericas in his mind and could not help but smile. Of the 4 esotericas, Zhou Tong valued the front esotericas the most because it was the only secret skill that could be cultivated. It was a secret skill that could increase one's strength. With one more of the 9 esotericas, the effect of cultivating the front esotericas became much stronger. Maybe before I reach the Immortal Foundation secret realm, I will be able to surpass Yi Fan, Zhou Tong said in his heart. The reason why Yi Fan was able to cultivate so quickly at level 1 of the Immortal Foundation secret realm was mainly because he ate the fruit from the forbidden grounds of the ancient desolation. His divine sense was already very strong. Even the current Zhou Tong was slightly weaker than Yi Fan. However, as the 9 esotericas were perfected, the front esotericas became more and more efficient. Zhou Tong was confident that before he reached the Immortal Foundation secret realm, his divine sense would surpass Yi Fan's in the original work. Let's see if I can activate the esotericas. If I can't, it means that my combat strength has reached the 8 limit. Zhou Tong kept trying in his heart. Ever since he came out from the Bronze Immortal Palace, he had comprehended the Tao Scripture's Sea of Reincarnation scroll. He had even used the Saint Physique's secret skill to faintly connect the Tao Scripture and the Feather Transformation Scripture. Zhou Tong felt that his battle prowess seemed to have risen to another level. At the same time, the old man also seemed to have been touched. He stood quietly on the mountain as if he was immersed in his own world. He was becoming more and more ordinary, like a rock or a tree in this world. However, Jizue could not stand the stimulation of the disciples. She directly walked up the 9-colored sky stairway and successfully reached the top after a series of trials. Suddenly, heavenly music filled the air and a 5-colored brilliance shot up into the sky. She successfully climbed up the 9-step stairway, and strange phenomena appeared on the humble peak. The old man, who was about to enter the Tao comprehension realm, was suddenly awakened. The ancient Tao rhyme disappeared at once. It seems that it's not time yet. The rare opportunity was interrupted, but the old man was not angry at all. He was only calm. He looked at Zhou Tong, who was not far away, and was surprised. This young man's temperament is not ordinary. To be able to withstand such stimulation and still be able to cultivate so calmly? Then he thought of what Yi Futian had said before. Great success seems to be lacking. Great strength seems to be rushing. Great straightforwardness seems to be bending. Great skill seems to be clumsy. And great debate seems to be inarticulate. The old man thought, is it really God's arrangement? Is the inheritance of my humble peak going to appear? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.